within the boundaries of safety. We need to accept that in human nature we're all subject to pressures, stresses, issues outside of our normal domain that influence our ability to perform our job roles in a safe way. So we see, as we can see in the top section of this diagram, some variability in performance that's affected by intrinsic influences that come from within.
refer them to your bio. I will link that you're currently the manager in the Saudi patient
الله يعطيك العافية. صباح الخير.
طيب شلونك؟ مساك الخير. شلونك؟
كيف حالك؟
morning, everyone. Welcome back to day number 2 of our conference. My name is Nisreen Maghrabi. I'm one of the scientific committee members. We welcome you again. We hope you had a relaxing and refreshing afternoon and evening yesterday and had time to explore the beautiful city of Riyadh. Yesterday, we touched base on education and assessment and how simulation can augment the clinical experience. Today, we will be shifting gears into the second theme, which is quality and patient safety. Before we do so, I would like to touch on a few housekeeping issues. A reminder regarding emergency exits. We have emergency exits on both sides, on your right and left as you exit the auditorium. Our exhibit hall is on your left. Please visit them. They have great and interesting things in the exhibit hall. And washrooms are on your right as you exit the hall. Lunch is in the main restaurant, again on your left as you exit. And please, for the sake of time, make sure that you're back on track for the activities after lunch. So on that note, I would like to welcome our first plenary talk, Dr. Mohammed Al-Wad'i, who will be talking to us about patient safety at a national level. Dr. Mohammed Al-Wad'i is an emergency medicine consultant, and he has been recently appointed as the patient safety manager for the Saudi Patient Safety Center. For more about the scientific committee members or our amazing speakers, you can refer to the bios in the handout that you have. I hope you enjoy the sessions.
I think I need a clicker. The clicker. Okay, thank you. Assalamu alaikum, good morning. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for attending. My name is Mohammed Al-Wad'i. I'm an emergency physician by training. I have simulation fellowship, and I am an IHI fellow of quality and patient safety. I'll be talking today about enhancing the national patient safety through simulation. I'll give you some data, local data about patient safety in Saudi. And hopefully that will give you some insight about how to design and implement simulation activities that target patient safety as simulation specialists or simulation leaders. So the first question is, how do you think, how safe is our healthcare system? Who feels safe going to the hospital? Show of hand. Okay, that's an interesting thing. So let's quantify this. If we compare ourselves to other industries. So this is a figure where we try to quantify number of deaths per year, total life lost, compared to the number of encounters. We are a very dangerous specialty. Like a business, from a business point of view, we're not safe. We are safe as bungee jumping. So can we ask the same question again? Do you still feel safe going to the hospital? Okay. So I think this is a good hook for the start of the, I got your attention for now. So we're not as safe as we think. Bungee jumping and mountain climbing is same category. So patient safety in general is a new field. It's been talked about, yes, we know do not harm, the Hippocratic Oath, but when you talk about as a science itself, it came to light about 20 years ago. Lushin Leaps tried to address this in his letter to the JAMA in 1994 when he was talking about the error in medicine, the history of errors, and he tried to put some insight why, and he was surprised why healthcare providers are not stimulated to address the healthcare patient safety issues and the frequency of medical error at that time. This article came about 4 years after the famous Harvard medical practice study, where they estimated the frequency of medical error, that we lose about 44 to 98,000 lives per year as a result of medical error. And later on, fast forward 5 years later, the famous To Err as a Human, the report came from the National Academy of Medicine, formerly known as the Institute of Medicine. And the National Academy of Medicine has published more than 800 reports. And by far, this is the most influential reports that got media and public attention, maybe because these numbers, the 44,000 to 98,000 loss per year, has been translated to the famous jumbo jet units, where we lose about, like a jumbo will crash every day in the States, is the equivalent of how many patients we lose to medical error. Another study in 2016 created a debate where they estimated we lose about 250,000 per year due to medical error, and it is the third leading cause after cardiac and cancer. There was a lot of debate when this report came out, methodology issues in the study. The Office of an Inspector General study in 2010 estimated that we have 1 in 8 patients will have encounter an adverse event. 50% of these events are preventable. 1/3 of these events will cause harm. And it is across the system. When you try to look into specialties, 1 of 2 surgeries will have either a medication error or adverse drug reaction. Diagnostic safety is another safety issue. 1 in 3 will have diagnostic safety event during their admissions. Outpatient is not safe. 5% of patients in the outpatient will have some sort of diagnostic error. 50% of them will result in severe harm. ED is another high-risk area for diagnostic safety. 12% of patients will have diagnostic safety events. So it is across the system. Medication errors. More than 700,000 patients per year will visit the emergency department for an adverse event related to medication safety. So it is across the system. No one is safe, whether it's an outpatient or inpatient, high-risk areas, low-risk areas. All of them carry the risk of having adverse events. So we try to quantify the harm or the errors, and now let's talk about the impact of harm. First harm is the patient, the family, and the impact of the medical error. The second, victim syndrome, now we're talking about it, is the healthcare provider and the impact of the medical error in the healthcare provider. And studies estimates that more than 50% of healthcare providers will at least experience 1 event where they have second victim syndrome. And now we have third victim syndrome, which is the hospital reputation, especially cases that reach the media, is another category. The fourth harm is the other patient, the next patient. So healthcare provider will start requesting more investigation that is not necessary. So when we talk about the medical error as a definition, we say commission and omission, something that was supposed to be done and not done, or something that was not supposed to be done and done. So harm from over-investigating might be a result from a previous medical error. If you talk about money, 15% or more of our expense in the healthcare system is a result of safety events. That is one of the reports that came out from the OECD countries in 2017. So we always look at the medical error as the human part, the human error part, where we try to understand what caused a medical error. And when you talk about human error, and this is one of the things that we try to address in simulation, is it's in two categories, either skill-based error, where you have lapses, and most of these are a result of unconscious decisions, the automatic behavior, the autopilot, where you do things frequently to the point where you're not aware or you're not conscious about your decisions when you do these. And we call them the lapses. And then you have mistakes where you have conscious decisions. It's a result of either wrong decisions in terms of applying rules or informations, or in terms of lack of knowledge or awareness about a certain process or a certain knowledge or a certain information. So you categorize human errors within these two. But is it always a human error when it comes to patient safety? It is not. So why? Because humans work in a very complex system when it comes to healthcare. And this will tell you how can we say this is a complex system or not. You have two axes, degree of interrelatedness, and then you have the number of components. The higher the relatedness and the higher number of components, you have a very complex system. So we are working in a very complex system. Systems is, it consists of parts that interact with each other. These parts where they interact, this is the most important part of the system. This is where error is high. We're talking about transition of care, where the patient will be transferred from emergency department to the ICU. The medication reconciliation when the patient is discharged from the ICU to the ward. The medication reconciliation when the patient is discharged to home. The transfer of care from one surface to another one. These are the parts of the system where we have high risk of having safety events. James Raisins tried to explain this in his famous Swiss cheese model. And when we talk about patient safety, we have two parts. We have the active failure. We always focus on the active failure, where the error happened, whether it's a human error, whether it's a violation. We call it the active failure. But actually, James Raisin is focusing on and emphasizing, especially in complex organization, is the latent failure, where there is a poor system, poor design, poor leadership, organizational factor, environmental factor. All of these really what matters when it comes to analyzing patient safety events. When you're designing a simulation activity that target patient safety issues, you should look for hidden latent failures. Not only the obvious failures where a competency is an issue, whereas a knowledge-based issue is there. Latent failure is the risk when it comes to patient safety. Reasons try to focus on this when he analyzed the large-scale the disaster scales that came in the 1980. And he said that latent failure were more dominant than human error at these disasters. Another study by Nick Bedigan in his famous book that talks about Chernobyl disaster, that culture was playing a major role in having these disasters. So not just the technical part. It's not the surgeon who is having the blade to incise. It's not the person who is handling the buttons in the nuclear plants or the major factories. It's always the culture. It's always the organizational factor. It's a system failure than it's a human error. So when we talk about cultures, Swiss cheese model, latent failure, and we try to connect this to healthcare system, we come with the patient safety culture. What is patient safety culture? So it is the beliefs, the norms, the values, that is shared by the healthcare staff. You can see it, you can feel it at a system level, at a hospital level, at a departmental level, at a unit level, and it can be measured. And in order to improve it, you need to measure it. So how can we measure patient safety cultures within the healthcare organization? We have many tools. The famous one is the AHRQ patient safety culture tool, where we measure patient safety culture across organizations across 10 domains. So these are the composites or the measures or the domains that we measure patient safety culture across healthcare organizations. You have 10 domains that address teamwork, staffing and work pace, organizational learning, response to error, supervisor and managerial support for leadership, communication openness, simulation about error, and all of these domains, you can see that simulation can and play a role in improving these domains. 32 questions that address these 10 domains, and then you have the report. So what we did in the Saudi Patient Safety Center, this is the 4th year where we measure the patient safety culture across the kingdom. Last few months, we closed the 4th cycle, where 390 hospitals participated in the survey, more than 145,000 participants from different healthcare organizations, whether governmental, non-governmental, private sectors. 10 areas of patient safety culture domains were measured, and the average percent positive response across the 10 domains were 66% if you benchmark against the states in 2021, where they scored 71%. We released the national report, where you can benchmark yourself as a facility to the national data, and we released the national recommendations, where we think that our priorities should be focused. This is our performance against the states, because we are using the same tool, and the states is the only one who have done the version 2 of AHRQ last year, and this is where we perform. Our area of strength is in teamwork and organizational learning and communication about error. There's still very long journey to go. Our weakness is in the staffing and work pace and response to error. If you look at this very specifically, if you get numbers, 79% of healthcare workers across the kingdom felt that there is a teamwork across their organizations. 76% of participants feel that there is an organizational learning culture within their organization. 72% they have a positive response about communication about error. This is where the focus should be. This is where we are focusing as a center, as an organization. This is where we should focus as a simulation specialist. If there is area of improvement, it's going to be in these domains. One of the striking results of this survey is that 48% of participants reported they did not report any safety event in the last year, which represent an under-reporting culture that we should look into as a simulation specialist when we design scenarios, why healthcare workers are not reporting safety events. We know that we have safety events that happens, and the literature says that we only report at best 10% of what's happening in the healthcare system. So each hospital or a facility will get a facility report that details their performance in the patient safety culture survey across the organization, and they can benchmark themselves to the national data. So one of the survey domains here you see is the teamwork. So this hospital, they scored 74% across their organization, and if you benchmark them to the national data, the country scored 79%. And these are the very specific questions where participants should answer to assess the teamwork domain. So again, This is the details of these questions, the 3 questions that address teamwork. And then this report is available to all facilities. So as a simulation specialist, you can approach your survey lead or the patient safety director and ask them for this. And you can drill down your analysis of these data of your hospital to know where is your priority as a simulation specialist when you address patient safety. So the report will tell you exactly where is the pain. So we'll say teamwork is an issue in emergency department. Communication is an issue in the ICU. Response to error is an issue in the OR. So, and you can really drill down by category, by staff category. You can say nursing are excellent in communication. Physicians have an issue with teamwork. So this is really important in designing and focusing on improving the culture. You cannot improve the culture across the organization in 1 year. It takes a very long time. And simulation is, I believe it has a role in improving the culture when you focus your effort according to the data that you have. The pain in different organizations, the area of strength, the area of weakness is different. So each simulation center or a specialist should focus their effort according to their organization weakness or strength, and they should use the data that is available. Focusing on sentinel events, specifically in Saudi, this is where our priority is. This is where the pain is in Saudi. We have an issue with maternal death. We have an issue with perinatal safety. We have an issue with medication error and the return foreign object in surgical specialties, and the medical device and the safety of the system. So again, if you see this and you focus on this, these are never events and it keeps happening across the system. If you look at the JCI, where they have 13 standards where simulation activities should be presented and done as part of the accreditation process when it comes to perinatal and maternal safety. And the evidence, and I'm sure that my colleagues yesterday or today will talking about how simulation play a role in these safety events if we focus our effort on analyzing these. Focusing on the root causes of these events, you will see that it is not competency. It's mostly system issue. So it is a process issue. It is communication and information. It's human factor. The competency issue that we are usually focusing when we design our simulation scenarios to resident or teams is not the issue. Most of these safety events happen because of a system failure. You look at the process issue, there is lack of prioritization or guideline. There is an issue with checklist. There is issue with design. There is issue with leadership. So all of these data are available, and it can be a valuable resource for simulation specialists in designing, whether proactively or reactively after safety events. Communication and information, these are the root causes or the contributing factor when it comes to communication and information. So we understand that healthcare is a complex system. You have people, you have tools, you have technology, and environmental and organizational factor. This is the same thing when we talk about latent failure. A bad system will beat a good person any day. So you have to address the system issues when it comes to safety events, when it comes to patient safety culture. Going back to the same Swiss cheese model, you have to adapt a framework when you design activities that address patient safety. Instead of fragmented activities across the system, you have to adapt a framework. This is the famous IHI framework for safe and reliable care, where you have 3 categories. You have leadership support, leadership engagement in patient safety, and you have learning system and the culture of learning system, and you have the culture itself. And across these 3 domains, you have categories where you can design simulation activities that address a very specific issue: transparency, communication, openness, something very specific. And you can design this in coordination with your patient safety department or your risk management department. Patient safety culture and simulation, we talked about the 10 domains, and I believe there is a role for simulation in each domain of these activities. Each hospital is required to develop an action plan to improve patient safety culture after releasing the report. And usually they focus on one or two domains, and they develop the action plan, and it has to go through the Quality Council to be approved, and it's one of the things that it's required by accreditation bodies like CBAHI or JCI or the Canadian accreditation. So aligning our effort as simulation specialists with the patient safety department in designing an improvement project that addressed a very specific domain in patient safety culture, and measuring this, because you will have a measurement before and after. You have the baseline, and then in 18 months, there will be another cycle of patient safety culture that will be done by the Saudi Patient Safety. So you can really know where were you as a baseline, and your effort as an improvement project using simulation in addressing a very specific domain can be evaluated through the safety culture report next year. The question is safe healthcare achievable? We said bungee jumping and a very dangerous business. Do you think is it achievable? Amalberti and Vincent, they developed this categories. We are safe when we talk about anesthesia, but we're not safe when it comes to the emergency department. And this is the categorization that they're using, where you have the context where we accept risks sometimes, and taking risks sometimes is part of the practice, like when you deal with trauma patient, when an undifferentiated complaint comes to the emergency department. So taking risk is part of the profession. And our priority is to adapt and to have recovering strategies. But when it comes to ultra-safe, adapting, avoiding risk, we are talking about blood transfusions, we're talking about anesthesia, where we try to prevent, and the priority is to prevent errors. So it's not the same. You're safe when you go to the anesthesia department for a surgery. You are ultra, or we'll say high reliability organization safety when you come for a scheduled surgery. But we are adaptive or ultra adaptive when it comes, we embrace risk when it comes to trauma or an emergency department. Anesthesia is one of the excellent examples of using simulation and improving patient safety. Anesthesia-related deaths from 3.7 in 10,000 cases, dramatically reduced to 1 in 2 per 200,000 in ASA 1 and 2. So that's almost aviation safety. So we consider anesthesia practices are high reliability organization examples in healthcare system. The take-home message is very simple. Simulation can be used as a system level to identify latent failure, which is usually, or most of the time, is the issue when it comes to patient safety events, especially sentinel events. Simulation is a strategy or a tactic that I believe it's has a valuable input in improving patient safety culture across the organization. Thank you very much.
يعطيك العافية. Okay, so thank you, Dr. Mohammed, for this inspiring and interesting talk on patient safety. I would like to invite, if anyone from the audience has a question, please just raise your hand and they will bring the mic to you. It's coming.
Thank you for your talk. In the United States and around the world, the NTSB and the FAA, National Transportation Safety Board out of the US, Federal Aviation Administration, enforce rules and mandate rules and regulate rules for safety in aviation. There's healthcare simulation champions and patient safety advocates in the United States that are calling for a national patient safety board to do a similar type of process with regards to policy creation and potentially enforcement. Do you feel that we need the same potentially in Saudi to mandate the use of simulation to get to patient safety outcomes to overcome the technology adoption curve in this space? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I believe creating a body is not going to be the solution, but aligning and building a case for the role of simulation and patient safety could come in handy when we talk to the accreditation body in Saudi, which is, we call it SIBAHI, it's the equivalent of JCIA, where they can enforce using simulation. It's part of the standards actually now. If you go into their, they call it essential safety requirement, the ESR. And one of them is the facility management system, the FMS part, where drills has to be simulated and it has to be recorded in order for you to get accredited. So it's part of the accreditation process, but it is more of a safety engineering parts, designing the infrastructure. I would like to see it as it is with the JCI. The JCI issued a 13 standard that is related because of their data when it comes to perinatal and maternal mortality. 13 standard you have to have a simulation activity at least once per year. That shows that you are training your staff for these standards because it's the highest root causes for safety issues when it comes to perinatal or maternal. So we should build something like this when it comes to standard building, especially now we are going to more of a priorities. The accrediting body in Saudi, the SIBAHI, is more changing instead of chapters to priorities according to the priority. So last week they released their standards for the acute coronary syndrome. So I'm sure there is a role for simulation when it comes to building performance measures, having some sort of simulation activities where patient needs to go to the cath lab or something like this. So coordination, teamwork, it has a role. But aligning our work as a simulation activist with the accrediting body is the solution because you only can enforce these through the accrediting bodies.
Interesting, thank you. We have another 2 questions.
Assalamu alaikum. Abdurrahman Sabbagh, King Abdulaziz University, Jeddah. How, let me put it this way. I'm a neurosurgeon, and you know that neurosurgeons are probably the least safe profession for patients across the board, because our errors or our problems can really cause major problems, major deficits for patients. And I'll be giving a talk, and I'll convince you. But in order to fix that, we need simulators, we need to create VR simulators, we need a lot of money to sponsor these developments. I've been involved in this over the past 10 years or so, and I can tell you how much money we're able to gather, and most of what we did was, self-sponsoring or, trying to get money here and there. So how much is you, as the director of the Center for Patient Safety in Saudi Arabia, is this institution able to sponsor or give grants for research that would lead to improving VR simulation, the metaverse, and all of these things that are really going to change, hopefully will improve safety as time goes by? And I can tell you there's a lot of interest groups in Saudi Arabia and across the globe, and all of us internationally, and I can tell you that we don't have enough funding to do what we aspire to do. So you can give me your answer if you can. Thank you.
I do not direct the Patient Safety Center. I manage one of the programs in the center. So Dr. Yasser Laska is
you have connections.
So when it comes to money, I think I am the wrong person to address because I always go asking for money. So I'm always on the hunt for more money to support the patient safety programs. But when we talk about patient safety and simulation, I believe that we are only focusing on the tip of the iceberg, which is apparent, which is usually happening in where everybody is seeing it, where it's reported. So, and we think the solution is usually to fix these issues with either adopting high technology, but if you look at the literature, we're talking about patient safety, we have an under-reporting culture. And participants in the survey, 50% of them did not report any safety events. We're talking about safety events. We're not talking about near misses or close calls. Because most of the time, even an error, when an error happened, and there is no harm, we're not talking about near miss. Something was about to happen and did not happen. These are not reported when it comes to the system. And I assure you that these are not reported, which is really the valuable part of the patient safety, because these are preventable. We're talking about events that happened but did not cause harm are not reportable. So we only care about things that happen and caused harm, and the harm is obvious to the hospital, to the leadership, to the team, to the extent that it gets reported. And then we think one of the solutions is to adopt high technology or, yes, I agree that simulation, high-tech, high-fidelity simulation is really important, but it is not, it's one of the solutions in the key chain. I think we should work and invest in the patient safety culture, the communication, the information, communication and information, handoff. These are the risky areas when it comes to patient safety events, and that pass unnoticed.
Yes, we have last question. Tfadal, Prof.
Abdulaziz Booker from King Abdulaziz University in Jeddah. I'm sure this is the sentiment in the air. Everybody is proud of the work presented and that we have data. Two comments. As for interventions, I think the Patient Safety Center with other organizations, especially accreditation, have a very important role in setting up standards and having this applied across the board. But I think also, as this is a complex problem, multimodal approach, if anesthesia is an example, is always multimodal. So we need case stories, we need focusing and disseminating of the data, knowing the standards. And I think, as you mentioned, working across board with at different levels, institutional, societies, educationists, administrator, quality, and leadership will go a long way to do with these major areas for improvement. One more last point is the lack of or under-reporting. As we know that protection, what's the protection that is there in the system? Because we know what happened in USA, for example, when open reporting and publishing, so people who report near misses, which is being not reported here, were penalized because of the publicity that happened. Do you think something like that need to be done? So the two questions is the multiple approaches apart from standards, which is very important, and then near misses reporting efforts to increase that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I agree with you in the multimodal approach. Definitely, it is not one magic stick that's going to change the patient safety with one thing. But having the enforcement from the accrediting body will give you, as a simulation activist, the power, and literally you don't need a change management strategy when it comes to engaging your leadership as in hospital. Something that comes from the top that says accreditation requirements is to have these simulation activities definitely will help you and will get you the resources and the support that you need when it comes to implementing simulation activities in your hospital. The second question, when it comes to underreporting and the legal part and the fear of retaliation or the punitive part of the system, we just finished the focus group assessment for the National Patient Safety Strategy yesterday, and we visited almost every healthcare sector across the kingdom, and we met with healthcare providers and patients, and the fear of retaliation or the fear of the legal part of the system is an issue, but it did not came as the top three reasons. And we were really surprised because our assumption as the Saudi Patient Safety Center and our effort for the last year was to focus on working with the Ministry of Justice through the Ministerial Committee to change the liability from the healthcare provider part to an organizational liability. And instead of blaming the healthcare provider for a system issue and sending the physician or the nurse to the court because of a system issue is not fair. And this is where we're working with the legal system, whether it's Ministry of Justice or the Saudi Health Council, to try to change the laws. But when we visited these hospitals and we asked, what is the reason for underreporting? It came through either there is no enough support. When we report, there is no corrective action plan that really solves the problem. So the leadership engagement in fixing the problem was the top reason. So, and they use the term of, it's a waste of my time. I keep reporting these events on a weekly basis and nothing has been done. So I stopped trying. So the second reason is the culture itself, the awareness about having the relationship with the staff, especially if a medical error or something that happened with your colleagues. So that's another issue. The third one was it's a lack of awareness of patient safety concepts. Some healthcare provider can relate medical error with negligence or reckless behavior, although it is not. But some of them, they perceive medical error or safety offense with being reckless as a healthcare provider. So the legal system came as a fourth reason for not reporting. Some of them, one of the reasons were that we don't have a user-friendly system. It's a paperwork or an email, so it takes time for me to report an event. But the top reason was leadership engagement in fixing reported issues.
Well, thank you so much. We have one last question. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I really appreciated your presentation. I'm familiar with a much higher number in terms of the percentage of problem of communication. In the United States, we typically talk about 70% of errors that are associated in some way with communication. And I noticed it was 20% here of what people report, so it's quite different. And I'm wondering if you could speak to what kind of simulation you would envision around communication training and openness of communication, especially with disclosure of error to patients and families.
Yes, so we tried to build a framework for, especially for disclosure of error, and we issued the national policy on how to disclose error. And simulation was one of the recommendations that came through the center to use as a tool for training staff, having a policy structure for disclosure of safety event was one of the recommendations, but simulation was one of the recommendations. And the policy came about 3 or 4 months ago through the center. And it is, I think it's should be part of the residency training program. It should be part of the medical school programs, that we should train them on how to disclose events as we much train them as how to take history or how to talk to the patients, because this will help them build the skills for the future when it comes, and it becomes a culture. that we're okay to disclose events to patients, and we have a way of doing that.
Okay, so thank you so much, Dr. Mohammed. That was an interesting plenary change will happen, inshallah, with time, knowing that each and every one of you is a simulation advocate and a champion working in the system and having leadership with simulation background, and that's our simulation pros. Inshallah, together we will be able to create the change required. We will be going out for a small coffee break. We will be back at 10 o'clock, but I would like to remind you about the day for today. So we will all be back here in the main hall for the main track. That will end at around 12 o'clock for lunch. And after lunch, we have two tracks. We have the special interest group, which is the nursing track, and we have the abstract track. And then at 4:15, we'll all gather back here for the research incubator competition. So hope to see you all then. Enjoy your day.
Test one, test one. Okay. One. Test one. Test one. Test one.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Good morning. Can everyone hear me? Yes? Great. My name is Manara Chowdhury, and I'm going to be here with you moderating along with my colleague, Dr. Amani, for this session, which will be on quality and patient safety. And you'll be hearing from 6 esteemed presenters on their perspectives as we go through the rest of the morning. So you'll be with us until noon today. So over to my colleague.
Good morning, everyone. We're lucky today that we have a physician who's also have an experience with aviation, Dr. Tariq Amir Badruddin. He is a graduate from aviation medicine at Kingston College London University, and he has multiple of aviation authority with collaboration between US and also Saudi airline. He's also an emergency physician. He's a senior medical fitness physician. So please join me welcoming Dr. Tariq Amiruddin. He's going to talk about human factor in aviation and why they matter to us.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سيداتي سادتي السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are going to discuss human factors in very complicated environments, aviation, surgery, and anesthesia. human factor is the study of human performance and limitation in a complex environment. It's a marriage between psychology and engineering. The aviation environment has pioneered all other environments in studying, training, and researching of human factors. A complex environment is the one which has a large number of variables that keep on changing frequently, repeatedly, and unexpectedly, like ICUs, CCUs, emergency rooms, operating theaters, nuclear reactants, and the cockpits of airplanes. The best example in aviation is the shell concept. The shell concept, S stands for the software of the aircraft, the computers, the navigation system, and the flight management system. The H stands for the hardware of the aircraft, the fuselage structure, the engines, and the wings. The E is the environment where the aircraft is going to fly, including thunderstorm, the weather, and turbulence, wind shear, whatsoever. Now, the lifeware is the interaction between people in the cockpits and people in the tower control and the maintenance, the flight dispatcher. Now, the shell concept states that for a safety of a flight, there has to be an optimal performance and integration between the components of the shell. Error, hazard, failure can occur at any level of these components. Paradoxically, 85% of fatal air accidents are due to human interaction or people-people interaction. Unfortunately, the same applies for anesthesia. Therefore, medical professionals were looking for a similar environment that shed the same number of human factors, and they found aviation. So they start copying from aviation the checklist. So we have pre-flight check list, pre-takeoff, after takeoff, final approach, short final, and anesthesia. We have pre-induction of anesthesia, during induction, post-induction, before leaving the OR. Again, they start copying the simulation from aviation. So we have simulation of coronary artery bypass, grafting, we have simulation, valve replacement, patch closer, insertion of line, intubation, and all this simulation also has its own checklist. Okay, in anesthesia, the concept is patient, procedures, and people. Now, the interaction occurs between these three components in surgery and anesthesia. Human factor in surgery and anesthesia is a scientific discipline that is concerned with the understanding of interaction between human and other elements in the system. It is about relationship between people and their equipments, their environment, their policies and procedures, and the interaction with people and other people sharing the same environment. And I said most of the error occur in this area, between people-people interaction. So human factors in surgery and anesthesia is not due to incompetence, malpractice, it's not due to negligence, it is due to teamwork, system failure. So medical professional, again, they look back to aviation, and they found in aviation the CRM, Crew Resource Management, which is called in anesthesia Crisis Resource Management. The CRM is sharing the knowledge and best practice to reduce error and incidents in high reliability organization like military, aviation, and anesthesia. Now, the CRM work require a leadership and proper communication between the components of the system. It requires enhancement of situational awareness, decision-making, communication, and enhanced simulation. Now, since the beginning of time, the relation between man and machine has a constant coefficient, which is error generation. Error is part of the norm. We cannot imagine any environment human-free error. Now, this error occurred due to inevitable human limitation and due to formation of man-machine complex. An error is defined, as we all know, as failure of planned action to be executed as desired. Therefore, we have problems with computers, products, software. It's extremely unhealthy to blame any of the life were in the system. Let he without a sin cast the first stone. This is an example of man-machine complex. You can see how many variables that keep on changing frequently and repeatedly. On the right side, the two people in the cockpits, there is 10 of bits and pieces of information which are being processed each time, perceived by the brain, formulated into decision-making, and executed as an action, and it has to be the right decision all the time. On the left side, you can see a very complicated environment, liveware combined with hardware, infusion pumps, ventilators, pacemaker, intra-aortic balloon, chest tube, urine output. It's a very complicated environment, and all the time one decision has to be made, and it has to be the right decision. Now, decision making is a single one-channel process. That is to say, one piece of information is being processed through the brain, and other bits and pieces are kept temporarily in a short memory until this information flow continuously. So the short memory is the working memory, and it is the source of error generation in the frontal lobe. كلا لئن لم ينتهي لنسفعن بالناصية. So the decision making is affected by situational awareness. Situational awareness in aviation is knowing where is the aircraft, where it has been, where it's going to be in terms of 3 dimensions. The 4th dimension in time is time. Now in anesthesia, situational awareness is where are we, where we have been, where we are going to be. Now situational awareness is affected by tunnel vision. Tunnel vision is simply leaving very important task and focusing in one minor task. Like in aviation, you have an engine failure and you keep yourself busy communicating with the tower control. Or in anesthesia, you're looking for a bleeder, you have low blood pressure, compensatory tachycardia. You're looking for a bleeder and you're not aware if the chest was x-rayed after insertion of central line. So you had a pneumothorax. Situational awareness, decision making is also affected by stress, fight, flight, freeze, and hide. Stress can occur due to sudden decompression or smoke in the cockpit or engine failure, or in anesthesia, you can have an abnormal structure during surgery, or you have an abnormal anatomy. So freeze and hide mean I cannot do anything, let him die. Limbic hijacking also affects decision making. The limbic hijacking is related to unpleasant external environmental events like recent broken relation or divorce, etc. Now, as we all know that the organ of orientation is the auditory, the visual, and the proprioception in our peripheral extremities, which tell us our position is in the space. Now, when the pilot is airborne, he is a subject for different type of forces, like positive and negative G forces, and besides illusion coming from the vestibular system, from the inner ear, from the endolymphatic fluids, from the movement of the hair follicles, somatogyric, oculographic, Coriolis effect, so many. So we are teaching pilot not to depend on their organ of orientation and to depend on the panel and displays in front of them. This is what it tells them the truth. Spatial disorientation is when the pilot orientation does not match the reality. This pilot was approaching to Tanzania International Airport, and suddenly the electricity went off the runway. So he was asked to go around, so he took a left turn, and he go around, he came again to the approach, and he was asked to go around again, he took a right turn, and he entered into featureless terrain. Featureless terrain means there is no environmental clue. You have dark water below you and dark sky above you. So this guy started to depend on his organ of orientation and his sensation, and which give him a faulty information, and he goes into the water. In anesthesia, we have featureless terrain. When you try to intubate without seeing the vocal cords, or you don't have any environmental clue, like you have patient with short neck, large tongue, obesity, and the same applies for central lines. Now, why do smart people do dangerous and dumb things? This is what about the CRM is going to detect the cognitive style of your team. We have people who are anti-authority. Don't tell me what to do. This regulation are not made for me. This rule is not for me, it's for the others to follow. So this people type of personality or cognitive style, they are anti-authority and they don't care about the regulation. Number two, cognitive style is impulsivity. Don't do it. I will take care of that. Don't touch it. Or they will do the first things that comes to their mind without checking all the monitors and displays around them. So in aviation, he can shut down the wrong engine. If he has right engine failure, he will shut down the left engine, and this is going to be a disaster. And in anesthesia, you can cut through a vein or artery, or you cut through perforation or whatsoever. Hyper-focusing is, as I said, is a tunnel vision. Now, there are two types of attention, selective attention and divided attention. In selective attention, the British call this cocktail party effects. You process information from different resources, like John is wearing a red tie, Sarah is wearing a black dress, Muhammad is wearing a turban. So you process the information from different resources, and then you can tell if this is a corporative party or a business meeting or even a wedding. So this is selective attention. In divided attention, you're tunneled to one task, leaving other important tasks behind you. Now, hyper expectation, this is the mature complex. This type of personality, they attempt to do things in a difficult way to show people they can do difficult tasks or things. So I can intubate anybody, you know, they have high expectation. Invulnerability, it won't happen to me. I will never have this problem. It happens to others, but not me. So this is a very dangerous also cognitive style. Now resignation means it's out of my hand. Let the surgeon do it. I cannot do anything about it. Now we have some cognitive behavior also, which is very important to be identified by the CRM. The cognitive behavior is the confirmation bias, that I adopt an idea and I believe in it despite all the facts that tell me that I am mistaken. All the facts is right, is telling me you're doing the wrong things, so I will still do it. This will let the pilot take off without clearance, and the worst aviation accidents in the history was due to confirmation bias when two 747 collided. One is KLM and one is Pan America and Tenerife, and the pilot, he had a confirmation bias that he heard the clearance and he banged into the other 747. So confirmation bias, when you are a surgeon and you are wishing that what you're doing is the right thing, if you start wishing, stop, go back, call for help. Now, habituation or environmental capture, this happens due to our habitual daily things. When you do things like, if I'm a pilot, I know I already know my landing checklist. So gear down, full flaps, throttle, so I will not stick to the checklist. I will avoid the checklist. And here again, this is a very dangerous behavior in surgery and anesthesia. You should not avoid your checklist, stick to the regulation and to your checklist.
Dr. Tariq, 1 minute remaining.
Recommendation for high caliber institute is organized courses in CRM, human factors, classrooms, online, and intensive implementation of simulation and moulage. And thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. So our next speaker is Mr. Ken Spearpoint, but he is actually not here today, and we have a recorded speech from him. So Ken has worked in healthcare for more than 33 years. He's an intensive care trained nurse who worked in critical care in the NHS for 29 years. And he's been using simulation-based education since 1989. Ken is also a principal lecturer in medical simulation in the Department of Postgraduate and Medical Education at the University of Hertfordshire. But whilst we're waiting for Ken's session to load up, I believe there's a call for a group photograph. We're going to start.
Welcome to my
Okay,
talk
let's
about
start with the session then, and we'll come to a group photograph later. Ken, over to you. Can you hear us? Oh, the recording. Is the recording up?
Good morning and welcome to my talk about system integration of simulation to improve the quality of care. The learning outcomes for this short session are to enable us to think about integrating human factors ergonomics into the design of simulation-based work and to think about how we can use simulation to look at how the system we work in actually operates. The background to the thinking on this can be illustrated by this diagram. This is the work of Steve Shorrock from 2016. And what this slide or this diagram intends to picture is how there are gaps between the work as imagined, the work that we think we're going to do or that policymakers think are going to happen, versus what is supposed to happen, what is written in policies, procedures, standards, and so on, versus what we actually do. And there are gaps between what we think we're going to do, what we're supposed to do, and what we actually do. And we can coin this as the messy reality. There's also gaps between what we think we do, or we think we're going to do, what we're told to do, what we actually do, and then how we record what we actually did. And it's important to recognize that there is variability in how we perform our everyday work. It's a very normal thing to do. This diagram depicts, again, work from Professor Eric Holnagel from some time ago, and what Eric Holnagel did was coin a concept known as Safety 2. And this diagram illustrates, in addition to my previous slide about work as imagined versus work as done, this slide also considers, if you like, the purpose of what simulation education is intending to do, alongside what the design of work-based systems, for example, hospitals, that the intention always is to enable the staff, whoever they are, to work within the boundaries of safety. And so we have to accept, and we need to accept, that in human nature we're all subject to pressures, stresses, issues outside of our normal domain that influence our ability to perform our job roles in a safe way. So we see, as we can see in the top section of this diagram, some variability in performance that's affected by intrinsic influences that come from within our own mind, within stresses, pains, worries, woes, just feeling unwell, feeling great. All of those things make a difference to how we perform our job, and also who we're working with. And so there's variabilities in our environment and within the way that work systems are designed, many of which are designed apparently to enable us to do our work in an optimal way, to minimize risks to us, to our patients, and so on. But all of us, if you think about it for a second, will understand that we exploit holes, loops in the system, these so-called latent threats to safety that are lurking there unbeknown to us. And however clever and smart we might be in the design of systems, what we ought to be doing is testing whether those systems are safe prior to them being, if you like, unleashed to patients. And I'll talk shortly about some examples of how I have used a kind of quality assurance program and a system of using simulation to test systems, full systems or even parts of systems in the past. So again, have a think about the concepts here about safety and about performance variability and where the limits of safety lie, and think about how we as people involved in systems and hopefully involved in designing systems, the factors we need to think about in ensuring those systems are safe, or if we notice they are not, how we're going to test that to bring about satisfactory change. So as alluded to previously, I suggested that those of us who work at the front end are ideally positioned to contribute to the design of systems for their use, because we're best placed in the use of those devices, or in this case, pharmaceuticals. Now, I was involved a number of years ago in a cardiac arrest call to a ward within one of the hospitals that I worked. And when I arrived, it was clear the patient was having quite a severe anaphylactic reaction. So I asked a nurse on the ward, could you please get me quickly some adrenaline, 1 in 1,000, so that I could administer 0.5 milligrams, that's half the ampule, intramuscularly to the patient, because they were clearly in anaphylaxis. And when that nurse returned, she returned with the top box in this picture, that being ephedrine. Now, if we look carefully, that is called ephedrine, very different drug, and adrenaline, its other name is epinephrine. So they look quite similar. Now, despite these boxes being coloured differently, with different coloured labels, but there's also a lot of similarity in the design. And if you also look at the ampules, are they sufficiently different? At the point of a crisis, when people are relying on us to be very quick with our interventions, are these sufficiently different to make them safe? And it was evident in this particular incident that this was a senior nurse, a ward sister, an experienced individual, inadvertently gave me the wrong drug. I checked it and I realised it wasn't epinephrine, so there was no harm done, but there was, in terms of giving the patient the wrong drug. However, there was a delay in administering the correct drug, because they had to go back and get the correct one from the storage area on the ward. You may also ask, why did I not go and get the drug? Well, I used the person that is most familiar with where drugs are kept on their ward. I wouldn't know that. So I deliberately asked them to get the drug. But of course, this is somebody who doesn't often use these kind of drugs, is not very familiar with them, hardly ever would use them. And this is part of the problem. Also, they're not necessarily used to managing their own cognitive load under pressure in a crisis. And these are the issues that are not often thought about in the design of pharmaceuticals. I could not begin to tell you how many drug errors I've witnessed over the years. Intravenous drug errors in critical care situations are common. And part of the reason they're common is because there isn't sufficient difference in the design of how those pharmaceuticals, fluids, or whatever they are, and the way they're presented to us. And there isn't really an understanding that when health professionals are under significant pressure, there is an awful lot of bias enters into their judgment about what they see and what they don't see. And I think it's worth thinking about those kind of issues. So in this slide, you see pictures of 4 hospitals that I used to work in. I was responsible for the resuscitation service across this organisation. There is a 5th hospital, but I didn't visit it very often. It's an ophthalmic hospital, but you can, one of the examples I think I will use of using a systems approach to simulation and using it to look at systems. The hospital on the top left, as you look at the screen, is called Queen Charlotte's and Chelsea Hospital, and this is a hospital, an obstetric hospital and neonatal unit. And when it was first built, we went about using simulation to test systems of entry into the wards. In this kind of environment in the UK, access to obstetric units and mother and baby units, neonatal units, is under tight security control. So obviously that has ramifications for when there's a medical emergency, or the folks who are making their way there very quickly might have access problems because they will use things like this swipe card to access the clinical areas. So we routinely would test any area in any of these hospitals where there were new buildings done, new departments opened. We would often use a simulation event to test for weaknesses in the system, problems, anything that we didn't foresee. And I used it very, very many times. Have many examples we could use. I just wanted you to kind of get an idea from this that simulation isn't just about running a scenario with a group of clinical people. It can involve a great deal more than that. And you will see in the simulation fraternity, within the simulation literature, an increase in publication on what has become known as translational simulation, transformational simulation, where simulation is used not primarily for education or a pedagogical purpose, but one of looking at testing systems, at looking at patient journeys, looking at how we can improve our interactions with patients and with every aspect of hospital care. There are many examples. There's a great example from Southampton General Hospital, which was building a new paediatric unit. I was present at a conference in the UK some years ago when this was presented to the conference. They were building a new paediatric department, a paediatric A&E department. And what they did, once the building was underway, the leaders of the service decided to run a full-blown simulation of a regular Saturday evening. So they arranged for 58 patients to be present, pediatric patients, and they ran these patients through the department in a way that was very similar to a real event. So they filtered them in, and they staffed the department with exactly the right constituents of professionals, the usual Saturday night staffing, and they ran this simulation over a period of four hours or so, and then conducted a series of debrief events with the patients, with staff and so on, and eventually they fed into the architects and the management of the organisation. And the consequence of that, whilst it was quite an expensive venture, I think it cost, if I remember correctly, £35,000 to run the simulation event on this particular Saturday. But what it ended up doing, and I don't think this was necessarily the intention, but through running a process like that with a normal Saturday night, they were able to identify a large number of what I described here as latent errors, latent threats within the system to safety and to also to good work, good operational work, good system design. And it led to actually a saving of, I think it was something like close to £1 million, if not more than £1 million, in terms of the structural design. And that made for a much better design department. And I'm aware that other organisations have done similar things, and it should become, I would argue, that in the fullness of time, these kind of approaches should become normal in the development of healthcare. As you will understand, simulation has become increasingly used for the study of systems. It can be used for quality improvement, for testing and evaluating. We can use it to look at new interventions, to test policies, procedures. Also for design and co-design of new models of care, thinking about how we explore human and organisational behaviour, even workforce development. And for comparing different sectors. I've already said that simulation can be used very effectively for identifying system glitches and safety threats and so on. But I think that this brief presentation may have enabled us to get a glimpse of what may be possible in the future.
Thank you very much for that, and we'll pass on our thanks to Mr. Ken. Thank you for listening to that recording. So now we have Dr. Marcus Roll, who is joining us on Zoom. I did see he's there. Oh, welcome, Marcus. Hopefully you can hear us. Marcus is the founder and CEO of INPASS, Institute for Patient Safety and Team Training in Germany, with a focus on human factors, teamwork, and simulation team training, as well as trainer concepts. He's the founding president of the German Society for Simulation in Healthcare and was co-chair of IMSH World Congress of Simulation in 2008. So welcome, Dr. Marcus, and we look forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Everybody online and live in Riyadh, thanks a lot for the invitation to speak to you. It's a pleasure, and I have the pleasure to talk about the topic which I like most and which kind of follows me for the last 20 years. So it's about CRM, crew resource management, originally developed in aviation by Wiener and Kanki as cockpit resource management, then transformed to medicine by David Garber in Stanford, where I had the pleasure to learn it. And I was part of the transfer of these knowledge and skills to the German-speaking area. So I'm a physician. I'm an anesthesiologist for 17 years at the University Hospital in Tübingen. This is the picture of my last duty on call. In the last years, I was especially responsible clinically for children anesthesia. And this is a clear high risk, high reliability undertaking where healthy children get anesthesia and they shouldn't be harmed by us. But in the 90s, we developed simulation team trainings, and this is what I did the last 25 years. So 10 years ago, I left the university hospital as a physician and founded my own institute for patient safety. And in the last 10 years, we are performing instructor courses, team training courses, instructor courses for crew resource management. And of course, we are doing a lot of simulation team training in all fields of medicine. So what's the problem? The causes of accidents in medicine are in 70% due to human factors. So in 70% of the cases, it's not a lack of medical knowledge. It's not that the people at the bedside couldn't do it or that they wouldn't have the equipment to do it. It's kind of problems in transferring the knowledge, which is there, into meaningful actions for the patient. So it's problems with complexity, teamwork, communication, and that is not appropriately reflected in actual medical education concepts. So this is kind of what drives me in the last 20 years to improve these 70% of causes of accidents due to human factors. So if we look at mistakes, it's interesting that we all make the same mistake. This means it's not about stupid people making the mistakes. A study by Keith Dismukes, the human factor expert at NASA, found out that 85% of pilots would react as the pilots who crashed their planes in the real accidents. So it's also in the pilots, not that the stupid pilots die, it's that pilots crash if they get into a situation where most of the pilots would crash. And I think that's the same for medicine. So if a colleague makes an error with a patient harm, we shouldn't laugh at him, we shouldn't point at him or her. We should be aware that probably we would have had this situation, we might have made the same error. And of course, afterwards, it's always clear what was wrong and what should have been done right. So in summary, in 85%, we all make the same mistakes. And in 70%, it's due to human factors. So we have to do something about that. And one concept in this human factors area is the non-technical skill framework. And this consists of five main parts. And we showed that as a kind of molecule with the communication in the center. Communication is central, be it verbal or non-verbal. And then around that, you have situation awareness, how to lead your situation awareness. And it's a very scarce resource. Teamwork as such, how do we organize ourselves? Are we aiming for the same purpose, or are we wolves and everyone wants to be the coolest? Task management is important. Reduction of complexity enhances safety, and also control measures, and important things shouldn't be dependent on one person, and that's still the case in medicine. And then we have this big field of decision making. In medicine, it's all often dynamic decision making, naturalistic decision making. So we have a lot of changes in information and necessary decision making, and all of these aspects need to be connected with communication in the team. So in order to learn and train that with medical teams, crew resource management was developed. As I said, it was developed in aviation and then transferred to the medical world by David Gaba in Stanford, kind of the pioneer of human factors in medicine. And as I said, we had the pleasure to learn it at his place and with him. We have a long-standing relationship. And he made this definition that CRM, crew resource management, is the ability to translate the knowledge of what needs to be done into meaningful actions, into effective team activity in the complex and ill-structured real world of medical treatment. So in our real world, we often have complex and ill-structured environments. So we are not working under perfect conditions. And this is why we need these crew resource management aspects to get the knowledge to the patient under all circumstances. So in order to train CRM around the world, CRM key points are used. These are the 15 key points by David Gaba and myself. There are many variants of this, but the concept is always the same. You kind of translate all this human factor knowledge into easy readable, easily remarkable key points. So and the idea of the key points is not that you learn them by heart and that in the real world you say, now I'm using key point 7 or now I'm using key point 12. It's more that you use that for training and debriefing, and that your team is going to live CRM in the real life. So these key points are kind of pretty easy, but they need to be translated to the real world of your kind of working domain. And one very important aspect was that we kind of had 10 years after we started simulation training is that we realized that medical teams are sometimes too fast. You know, of course, we want to be fast to save the patient, but sometimes we realize that they're too fast, that they are making errors, which they are fully aware of 5 minutes later in the debriefing. So kind of one very important concept derived, and we published that 2008 with Ronnie Glavin and Rona Flynn together. That's the 10 seconds for 10 minutes concept. And 10 seconds for 10 minutes means that if you have a new diagnosis, if you get problems, if it's getting loud, or if stress and chaos is starting, or the patient doesn't do what you expected to happen, then it's time for a kind of team timeout, a formal team timeout. We say, okay, stop everyone, nothing is doing anything. Let's check, do we agree on the problem? Are we agreeing on the problem? Do we need more help? What kind of help do we need? Do we have all facts? Plan and distribute the workload. And at the end of a 10 for 10, it's great to end with are there any open questions, any concerns? Did I forget anything? So to lower the barrier for speak up to kind of 0. And the idea is that you spend 10 seconds in order that the next 10 minutes are working safer, more coordinated, and that the full team knowledge is kind of getting towards the patient. So it's symbolically 10 seconds for 10 minutes. It could be 2 seconds for 2 minutes, or it could be 20 seconds for the rest of the life of the patient, because errors are prevented. So that's a very important concept, enabling to use all of the 15 other CRM key points. Because when we are too stressed, when we are too fast, we kind of forget to apply all the other knowledge. And that works a lot in all German-speaking countries. The 10 for 10 concept really is spread around healthcare, in the pre-hospital services, in the trauma rooms, in the hospitals, in all fields of medicine. This is a picture of the trauma room in the major hospital at Zurich in Switzerland, and they kind of sealed such a sign on the floor, which shows the people in the trauma room, even if the most severe patients arrive, you have these 10 seconds for 10 minutes to coordinate the team and prevent errors. So does CRM training work? This is a study from Herkens from the Netherlands in the intensive care unit, and you can see after implementing CRM, they reduced severe complications, they reduced cardiac arrest significantly, and they improved successful resuscitation from 19% before CRM training to 55%. So there's no intervention around the world which is improving patient safety as much as implementing CRM training. There are studies on all fields of medicine. There's one more I want to show from the obstetric units. It was done by Tim Draycott and team in England. And as you can see, they were looking for low 5-minute APGAR scores, which is kind of a prediction for neonatal brain damage. And before the training, they realized, and then after the training, you can see a significantly reduction in neonatal brain damage risk after simulation, full team training, and implementing CRM strategies. So does CRM training also save money or cost a lot of money? No, it saves a lot of money. There's a study by Moffat Bruce and colleagues where they trained 3,000 employees in a hospital system in the US, and the cost of the training was 3.6 million, so around 1,200 US dollars per employee, but the return on invest was 9 to 24 million US dollar for the system. So for the health system, CRM training does not only increase safety, it also kind of saves money for the system. So we see teamwork is essential, but dream teams are made, not born. So we have to do training for our teams. And we need interdisciplinary CRM training. It's always about kind of bringing teams together. And we need it for our patients, for our teams, and for ourselves, for our patients to increase patient safety, for our teams to make us feel better. CRM training improves personal subjective stress. It reduces personal fluctuations, so people stay in your department, and for ourselves to reduce our risk for kind of ending as a second victim. So we need CRM seminars, interactive seminars, and of course we have to include CRM in all kind of simulation training sessions. And there's an important aspect. The most important aspect for successful CRM training programs is the expertise of instructors. So we recommend from our German experience to spend most of your money for instructor qualification and training and not into simulation hardware. If you can afford both, it's good. But we sometimes say with a smiling, you could use a bag of potatoes as a patient, as a simulated patient, when you have well-educated instructors. And the instructors need to be competent in CRM. Your instructors have to see CRM human factors when they look at teams, and they have to be able to induce self-reflective learning and team debriefing skills. And if you have these well-educated instructors, you don't need the most high-tech simulation equipment. Of course, if you have it, also good. Then one very important aspect, when you start CRM training in teams, you would need to avoid subthreshold training effects. And in the beginning in Germany, we often did this problem. We did not train enough people fast enough. So this is the kind of example of a fire. You want to start a fire with big logs, and you only use small matches. So you hold your matches on the big log, and it won't start a fire. So you might get a little burn, a little bit smoke. And this happens if you say, okay, we train 10 people of our department every month, and after 12 months, we have trained everybody. Then you will have this sub-threshold trainings effect, because the first 10 are trained and come back in a department with 90 others untrained people. And then they cannot apply the CRM, it won't work together. So they are disappointed, and you don't get the message spread. So the idea is to, when you start CRM training, start with on-block trainings. Plan for an initial CRM training for 60-75% of the employees in 2 or 3 months, so that you get the fire of CRM burning, and people do the 10 seconds for 10 minutes thing. If I want to do a 10 seconds team timeout, and my team colleagues don't know what that means, it doesn't really work. If I want to perform closed loop communication, speak up, and the others are not in the loop, it doesn't work perfectly. So try to start the fire of CRM in your department with all-block training, concentrated trainings at the beginning. If everybody has the ground training, then of course you can regularly rehearse that in different training concepts. Okay, so this is very important to get the effect of CRM training in your department. And so I want to stimulate you to, let's start with CRM training. Let's enhance CRM training if you already started it. It's really the key thing which enhances patient safety, which enhances team performance, the emotional stress feeling of your teams. They like their work more, they are working better together, it's more effective, you are saving money with CRM. So it's really a missing part, which is really important to implement broadly in our teams to have all these beneficial effects. So let's start, let's do CRM training. As David Gaba cited, singer, the future is now, we are it. Let's do simulation training. Thanks a lot for listening to me, and I'm happy to answer questions later in the panel discussions, or contact me via email, and I'm happy to discuss things about implementing CRM programs, education of instructors or simulation instructors. So thank you very much for this, and I'm happy, looking forward to the discussion later. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Marcus. I think we'll keep the questions at the end. Next speaker is Dr. Jamil Abul Ainain. Dr. Jamil is the currently now is the General Supervisor of the General Director of Emergency, Disaster and Medical Transportation and National Emergency Operations Center at the Ministry of Health. He's also the President of the Saudi Society for Emergency Medicine, and his background is emergency. He's working in King Abdulaziz Hospital. Dr. Jamil is going to give us how he combined all of this together to talk about the mass gathering disaster simulation in Hajj experience.
mic. So until they fix it. يلا صباح النور. هذا كويس بس ما احبه انا ابغى المتحرك. Now? Yes, now I think it's working. Okay. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين. Volume up a bit. Now better? No, they're not hearing. Now better? Yes. Now it's better. Okay. Now it's better, I think. So first of all, I want to thank the moderators for their introduction. I want to thank the scientific committee. I want to thank the organizing committee. It's nice to be back. This is my 5th time to participate in this wonderful conference. Has a long, nice standing history, and nice to seeing the conference happening again and again. Today, it gives me a great pleasure and honor, actually, to present our experience from Hajj. And to be honest with you, it was a bit challenging and tricky to prepare for such a conference, a talk and speech, for many reasons. The amount of work that takes at least 6 to 9 months to prepare for Hajj, plus some of you guys know the sensitivity of the issue, plus many other logistics to highlight. So it was a bit challenging how to present to you in 15 minutes or less the Hajj experience with simulation. So I thought I'm just going to take you through what I experienced over the past 2 years. For my background, I worked at King Abdulaziz University in the Simulation Center with the godfather or the guru of simulation in the country, and I believe he's one of my mentors, Professor Abdulaziz Booker, and he gave me a deep insight on how simulation works. We went through a lot of accreditation, the SSH, the Royal College, then it was all rewarded by the Amy Awards, Excellence in Simulation. So it gives me a deep dive in simulation. Then over the past 2 years, I've been just doing disasters in the Ministry of Health at a larger scale. So I'm going to take you through this journey and how we prepare for simulation during Hajj. So my objective, I'm going to mention a bit about the role of the Disaster and Emergency Management Committee during Al-Hajj, and also the disaster simulation planning and activities and how it works and how it's different than my regular preparation that I used to do over 5 years, and the difference in scales, plus some of the challenges that we faced during such event. And then I will mention, if we have some time, 1 or 2 successful stories about Hajj. So the Disaster and Emergency Management Committee is one of the main committees during Hajj. Has a lot of functions to oversee the disasters, preparations at 4 cities and all the holy areas of Hajj. So Mecca, Medina, Jeddah, Taif, and Al-Mashaa'ir, where Arafah, Mina, Muzdalifah, and the area between them. So it's kind of huge areas. And one of their core function as a committee is capacity building. Make sure that these cities and the manpower are ready and prepared. And as a believer in simulation, I do believe simulation is a great tool if you know how to use it on the right place with the right people on the right time. It really can achieve a lot. So, and to show you that these are mostly part of the team only, because we have a central team, then we have a team in each of these areas with different backgrounds. Some of them are emergency physician, many of them with simulation background or disaster background as well, so we can combine both expertise. So it all goes to the basics of simulation, and I used to do a workshop of writing simulation, starting with doing simulation in an OR or an emergency department or in a department level or in a hospital-wide level, and we successfully published many papers on that with training hospital-wide on simulation and disaster. However, now we're shifting the scale. Now I want to prepare 7 areas with 7 hospitals only in Al-Mashaa'ir area in Arafah, Muzdalifah, and Mina, plus the hospitals of Mecca, plus the hospitals of Al-Madinah, Jeddah, and Taif as well. However, it goes to the basics. So this is basically telling you the when and who and how and where and the basic steps of simulation, starting from the objectives. So it's all starting with good planning, and the planning happening from the disaster basing concept that each institution plus each region through their emergency operations center do their risk analysis. So when they do the risk analysis using whatever modified or validated tool they have, they will identify very clear gaps. Some of these gaps can be easily fixed with simulation. Then based on the problem and how much you want to tackle it, then you scale up your simulation activity. So you either can do just simple tabletop exercises, and this is what we do in the first few months. We're starting maybe next month or the month after with tabletop exercises, just to get everyone ready, give everyone in the mood of training and giving them the basics. Then we can scale it up to either drill, functional exercise, or full-scale exercises. And even these activities happens at different level. So sometimes we target the healthcare worker at each department. Sometimes we really want to involve the admin people, because really when disaster happens, admin people most of the time will be following what we call the incident command system. It's like a incident management system to run any disaster you have, and this is the system that we follow in the Ministry of Health. So many of the duty manager needs to be involved. So you are expanding your simulation training to non-healthcare worker as well. So you're involving many of the admin people on these scenarios. Beyond that, because disaster during Hajj, everyone knows if it happens, God forbid, it needs a higher level of escalation, higher level of response from the ministry or even outside the ministry. So we need to train and take our leaders through possible scenarios as well. So also we conduct tabletop exercises, sometimes small drills at the minister and deputy minister level. And it's actually wonderful experience when you do it at this level, and the amount of learning is just unbelievable. And we do it on regular basis as well. Just show you exactly what I was mentioning, the scale of preparation that required to do such activities. Starting from the EUCs. EUCs are the Emergency Operations Center at each area. It collects a lot of data, and then it calculate the risk, and then they do the probability and the metrics of evaluating the risks based on the probability and the impact. Then we pick 1 or 2 or 3 of these main disasters that might happen, and we start planning for these disasters. And then this is the amount of preparation sometimes we need of preparing ambulances and getting them ready to deploy them to some of the hospitals or the areas that we want to conduct the disaster. As I mentioned, based on the objective and what we chose, we can decide, is this going to be a discussion-based or operation-based or functional-based. This picture showed that one of the drills we did, we picked the largest hospital at Mina, and then unannounced drill, we told them we have a mass casualty. We had like around 57 casualties coming to the hospital. It was a bus crash, and we deployed, if I'm not mistaken, 15 to 20 ambulances to this hospital. It required a lot of volunteers to help us, from the scouts and moulage preparation and doing, as you can see in the pictures, bringing them into place on the right time, finding the right transportation to move them from the preparation location to the hospital that's needed. It's just a kind of nice challenge that you can go through. However, the reward is amazing when you see how people interact with the scenarios. From simulation point of view, we always want to take care of fidelity or realism. So maybe from a disaster point of view, people just want to do the drill for the checkbox. But really, if you don't make sure that they feel it's kind of real, might happen, God forbid, in few days. So they really need to be engaged. So briefing is part of it. So before we start everything, we usually send them proper emails and say, you guys will be having announced and unannounced drills. This is what we expect from you. And we really want everyone to take it seriously, engage, deal with it as if it is a real scenario. And before even the unannounced, myself or my deputy will reach the hospital director and speak to him in person. This needs to be dealt with if it's a real drill or if it's a real situation that happens during Hajj, God forbid. So we expect everyone to react, behave, and go over the drill as if it's a real drill. Challenges. So you guys, I think, felt some of the challenges that I've been mentioning. The scale. So the scale really affects everything in this equation. So starting from the number of healthcare workers that you need to deal with, the number of hospitals, the level of the human resources, as I mentioned, first level, second level, up to the leaders themselves needs to be involved, and to coordinate the communication between them takes a lot of effort. It's doable, it's nice, it's very rewarding. However, it takes a lot of effort and preparation and coordination as well. Logistics and coordination. As the example I showed, I've never thought about it, but when I was in Mecca wanting to prep 26 to 35 volunteers and do moulage for them, it's completely different than what we do in the simulation center. When we prep or do moulage for 3 or 4 or 5 people, bringing these volunteers to the location, it's just a lot of hustle. You have to find them 2 to 3 buses, and even you have to take care of their foods, their drinks, and their comfort, their toilets, and you're gonna take them to the location of the simulation, then you have to take them back, and you want to make sure they're going to come the next day. So a lot of logistics happening behind the scenes. Regular Hajj preparation. So you know, inside the simulation, and the biggest challenge inside the simulation, they don't want you to disrupt or interrupt the regular workflow and the regular preparation. So you really need to be empowered by the leaders. Leaders have to show others that they really care about these drills and they want it to happen, and they believe that these simulation training will have a great impact, so everyone will be on board with you. You have to be really play it right when you do drills in places. You just have to ask in the background, is this hospital ready? Are they busy today? So check their rota, send someone. You don't want to really slam them during their peak or their initial preparation, and half of the staff still did not get oriented to their workplace, because remember, the Hajj hospital, the 7 hospitals, they only work during Hajj. So they import employee and healthcare workers from around the country to these places. New workers working together for the first time. So talking about interprofessional training and CRM means a lot. And we used in the past to do a lot of CRM training for them. That being said, I think I have a time for one example to give for simulation. So for the first time, we deployed our mobile 50-bed field hospital to Hajj. And this is a live, real picture from the location. It's 3 trucks that holds 10 tents. Each tent has around 5 to 7 beds. You can scale it up and down as much as you want in terms of dealing with critical patients. I think Usama, if I'm not mistaken, and Dr. Shadi as well, wrote a paper, and we benefited from this paper, is testing the operational model for a place before starting operating. So simulation played a big role in testing the operational model for the field hospital. Because remember, field hospital only been used during disaster, so you can't staff it with your healthcare worker, your physician, your nursing. You have to staff it with the minimum 5 to 10% of the manpower. Then you need to put an operational plan. If you have a disaster, based on the disaster scale from 1 to 10, and the probability of the duration of the disaster, how long you're going to operate this field hospital. Then when you have your operational plan, you just have to test your operational plan, see is it doable. Then you will easily identify a lot of gaps. Where I'm going to bring the physician, I'm going to bring the physician from Taif or from Jeddah or from Mecca. So if I put the physician from Mecca during disaster, who will cover Mecca? So all these things, if you didn't think of them on the first time, having drilling and simulating this during Hajj is a wonderful experience. So I have a video, just give you some snapshots of what happened during Hajj. It is a 1 minute and 10 seconds, so I'll be finishing on time. So if you please can play the video and hit the volume up, please.
نطبق عليك الفرضيه. الفرضيه اليوم ليه؟ من ناحيه انكم تتدربون لانك ممكن تقع فيها، ومن ناحيه ان وزاره الصحه تبغى الهدف الاسمى اللي كلنا تحت مسار الصحه خلال السنتين هذه. كلنا ناتي بالغرض هذا، ترى مسار وزاره الصحه
يعطيك العافية. وردنا بلاغ الآن عن حالة تنزل بعض الحجاج. كرم بالله الاستعداد واستقبال الحالات.
كان حادث كبير، انقلاب يمكن أكثر من 30 حالة. هذا يخلينا نقيس مدى جاهزية الاستجابة للأزمات والكوارث والحوادث والإصابات المتعددة. هذا Thank you very much and sorry for that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jamil. Thank you for sharing the experience. Our next speaker is Dr. He's an associate professor, section of neurosurgery, Department of Surgery in King Abdulaziz University. He's also the associate executive director of training sector in Saudi Commission for Health Specialty, Saudi Arabia. And he's also in the scientific committee of the Council of Neurosurgery. Dr. Abdurrahman, he's going to talk about patient safety in neurosurgery, which he asked before in the previous panel.
Can you hear me? Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, wassalatu wassalamu ala al-mursaleen. I'm honored to be invited to this podium once again, and I'm going to share with you what we've experienced over the years in King Abdulaziz University Hospital and the institution, and mostly at the Clinical Skill Simulation Center, where we're trying to advance the technologies and the way we do virtual reality simulation. Okay. So I'm actually, I think it was a typo. I'm talking here about patient and surgeon safety and simulation in neurosurgery. So surgeon safety is also part of what we're talking about. So what's safety? I think we've talked about it enough this morning. Where we are today and what we're going to do, what have we done so far and where we're going. So what's safety? I thank our colleague who talked about aviation this morning. No one has done a better job at safety than aviation since the beginning of the last century. Here we actually invited, in the Neurosurgery Society, we invited Assam Jawa, who's the lead trainer at the aviation in Saudi. And he really opened our eyes to where we should be as doctors. And this is where I crashed the first, I proved to them that I'm unsafe even as when I'm flying a 777 airplane and I crashed it in the Saudi training center. So patient safety versus surgeon safety. Let me talk about patient safety first, and I can show you this case. One of my colleagues sent me this case where he had a senior fellow, and he's one of the senior neurosurgeons. And again, they had a system failure where the navigation system stopped working. The fellow was doing the surgery, and I don't know, do I have a mouse or? No? Okay. So, thank you. So, you see, the fellow was operating and the system failed. Basically, the navigation system stopped working, and he wasn't sure what he was resecting. And in reality, instead of resecting the mesial temporal lobe, he actually took a 1 centimeter extra, where he took out a part of the brainstem. So this patient became paralyzed for life. So this patient became paralyzed for life on one side. The things, of course, this was disclosed to the family, and but think about the cost, the emotional cost, the cost of this young man who would never be able to work or do his livelihood, and think about the burden that happened to the surgeon himself and the fellow that was on training. So, in reality, this is patient safety in neurosurgery is of paramount importance. Even if you're talking about financial side, the financial side is huge. One patient who's paralyzed will cost the system anywhere between 0.5 to 1 million riyals per year, and that, if you're talking about the States, that's 20-fold. So we want to have patients that have very complex tumors, such as this patient with a thalamic tumor who has a very good surgery and post-operatively is doing great, or this patient who has a brainstem tumor who has an excellent surgery. Hopefully he comes up doing fine with no complications, and that's 10 years later. He works as a cameraman. So patient safety in Saudi Arabia, and Abdullah is Housawi, he's the first he's the founder of the Center for Patient Safety in Saudi Arabia, and this is how they defined patient safety: avoidance, prevention, and amelioration of adverse outcomes or injuries from the process of healthcare. Primum non nocere. So we as doctors, as we discussed today, healthcare in general, we're the third leading cause of death, at least according to this, this paper that caused the big sensation. I know the statistics has issues, but again, we are one of the leading causes of death and disability around the world. So this is for neurosurgery. We're talking about specifics to neurosurgery. Simulation. I'll just dive into simulation. Simulation for neurosurgery has starting to slowly prove that we have improved accuracy, the time to completion of tasks, the knowledge. Yet the effect is not clear, but at least there's a scholarly acceptance to neurosurgical simulation. If I can ask, how many neurosurgeons, when I have actually done the job, and most neurosurgeons have never even heard of simulation in neurosurgery, and they think it's just video games and it's useless. So in the world now, currently, we have about 50 simulators that are being sold around the world commercially. Most of them are not used enough. Most of them are just in the simulator centers collecting dust. And the problem is the realism. The problem is that they don't really tackle, the real problems. In this work, I've led a group of scientists and engineers to actually create a roadmap into how to create, virtual reality simulation scenarios in a from a complex perspective. And I'm not going to tell you much about it because Dr. Ala Arafa, who's going to speak in the next session about that. So basically, we're trying through simulation to bring the time to be an expert much earlier in the development of or training of surgeons. This is the same surgery that the patient had a big complication where the brainstem was removed accidentally. Here we're doing selective myxohypocampectomy using the virtual reality simulator that we've created through that task. This is the simulation device that we're using at King Abdulaziz University. And again, it takes me a lot of effort to convince our residents and our trainees to come and use that device. Although we're trying to improve its validation and realism, but it takes time. So here, this picture, it shows you that the brain looks very similar to what we see inside an operating room and under the microscope. And this brain anatomy is real. You have the ascending vein, the speech area, the motor area, and these are all defined to the trainee before he does the surgery. So the next step that we're working at in a collaboration between the King Abdulaziz University and the McGill University, we're basically trying to push the wheel forward in terms of artificial intelligence and AI. Here, what we're using artificial intelligence during simulation is where we're having this, the AI guiding the trainee rather than having a person guiding the trainee. And it's very interesting that, I'll just show you a picture here. Is the video working? Can you make the video work? Guys? Doesn't matter. So this is basically a more simplistic scenario, and that's a more complex scenario. And we have these patients, we randomized the trial where we have a 23 versus 24 versus 23 controls. Some of them will have the virtual assistant, and some of them will have, a group of them will have actually a person doing their feedback, and a control group with no feedback. And in reality, the virtual assistant, AI, was superior when we talk about the overflow of the procedure. So, but when we're talking about neurosurgeon safety, and that's another problem that that we'll address, and that's where we're more interested in that perspective at the King Saudi University. And in reality, surgeons are exposed to a lot of hazards. The main hazard is musculoskeletal injury because they're not following the ergonomics. They're preventable and they're very expensive. Psychosocial stress, radiation exposure, communicable diseases, sharp injuries, transmission of blood pathogens, but in reality, musculoskeletal injuries are the worst. Look at this young man. This is one of our residents, just removing stitches from a patient. Look at another resident doing his procedure. You can imagine how the neck is like. Look at that. The one on the right, the picture on the right-hand side, that's the more ergonomic picture. The one on the left-hand side, which is the more usual and more common problem that we have as surgeons. How big is the problem? 80% of neurosurgeons complain of back pain and neck pain. A lot of residents have serious problems. And operating room ergonomics talks about the International Ergonomic Association defined it as the scientific discipline concerned with the understanding of interactions among humans and other elements of the system, and the profession that applies theory, principles, data, methods to design in order to optimize the human well-being and overall system performance. And it basically talks about we as human beings, how we interact with our machines and how we interact with our patients in order to deliver care, but to try to do it without causing harm to ourselves. This is just a study that shows you 7% of neurosurgeons will end up having a lumbar disc requiring surgery. So I don't want to convince you more, but I can tell you also there's another safety issue for neurosurgeons. Malpractice and payment average about $350,000 per surgeon per case. It gives a negative effect to the physician behavior. It makes us do defensive medicine, an additional $60 billion expenditure to the healthcare system. So I will intrigue you, but I'm not going to tell you, because this is another talk that's going to be given today by Dr. Ala Arafa at the session 2, I think, room 2, which basically talking about what we did at the King Abdulaziz University, and we created a homemade virtual reality simulator for the ergonomics for surgeons doing a surgery, and then how to study their negative effects and how to teach them. And this is Hind al-Sharif had just obtained her PhD in computer science, working on developing that simulator. So where are we going? Is basically now we're developing a virtual assistant, a virtual evaluator, and a AI-guided feedback for the candidates while they're doing their tasks to improve their ergonomics. So we talked about patient safety, and for sure, by improving our virtual reality simulation scenarios and how we improve their complexities and we improve its realism, and hopefully engage the population of neurosurgeons in simulation, hoping that will improve patient safety. But also we can improve surgeon safety, because when we lose surgeons, patients wait longer and we get into further trouble by not being able to provide the appropriate care. And currently, artificial intelligence will really make a difference in terms of how we assess and how we teach better surgery for our candidates. Thank you very much, and appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. And on to our final presenter, Dr. Rakan Al-Mughir. I hope I said that correctly. So Dr. Rakan is a Senior Registrar of Emergency Medicine and Head of Healthcare Provider Empowerment at SPSC. Thank you very much, and please come and deliver your presentation.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rakan Al-Mughir. I'm from the Saudi Patient Safety Center. So I'll be talking today about connecting Sentinel events to the simulation program. At first, what do we mean by Sentinel events? So the SPSC manual have defined the Sentinel events as an adverse event in healthcare delivery or other services which leads to or has the potential to lead to catastrophic outcomes, thereby often mandating initiation of emergency intervention or of preventive measures. So Sentinel events constitutes one category of the adverse outcomes based on severity and impact of harm. It starts with hazardous unsafe conditions, which is a circumstance that increases the probability of an adverse event happening. It's not related to the disease, to the patient's disease own process. Then we have the near miss, which is an error caught before reaching to the patient. Then we have the no harm event, which is an error that reached to the patient but did not cause harm. Adverse event, which is a patient safety event that resulted in harm to the patient. And then lastly, the Sentinel event. Crossing this line that you see after the near miss means that the harm have reached to the patient. So the SPSC Sentinel Event Manual, it defines 27 categories of reportable Sentinel events. It helps the healthcare facilities and healthcare facility governing sectors in identifying the Sentinel events that needs to be reported with their inclusion and exclusion criteria. It also provides a step-by-step guide and tools to standardize the process of reporting and investigation. We are proud at SPSC to say that more than 400 hospitals and KSA are engaged in our Sentinel event portal, which was launched in September 2021. So in 2021, the portal have launched. Sentinel events reports are coming to our portal. And then the Sentinel event report of 2021 came out. And based on that, we've formed the National Patient Safety Priorities. So there are 8 priorities that we see that we need to work on in 2022. The first one, improve Sentinel event reporting and analysis. The second one is surgical count. Third, suicidal and absconded patients. 4 is blood transfusion. 5 is preoperative assessment. 6 is medication. 7, VTE risk versus bleeding risk. 8 is medical devices. So how can we connect the simulation to the Sentinel events? So let's have a look at the literature and let's see what the literature say. So the traditional approaches to investigating Sentinel events are usually retrospective. They are obsolete, mostly reactive, and lack the learning potential. As a result, root causes are not optimally discovered. In fact, there is a limited research on how to connect Sentinel events to the simulation, but let's see what each tool and how to connect the simulation to it. At first, we have the CRM, which Dr. Marcus have thoroughly talked about, which is defined by the Federal Aviation Industry or Administration as making the best of all available resources. So at first, we have The first study is done by Shapiro and his colleagues. The simulation used in a trauma center CRM program, they took 2 teams and they assessed them initially in regard to management of trauma patients. They had initial outcomes similar. Then the experimental group was exposed to simulation session of 8-hour duration. The simulation session included 3 scenarios. They discovered that the results have improved dealing with these scenarios, improved teamwork, and improved communication. Also, the simulation appeared to connect the latent errors, which Dr. Mohammed Al-Wadi have talked about, to the active failures in the simulation. Another study by Kotzen studied 51 nursing students in regards to the knowledge and attitude scores of a validated paper after the exposure to a simulated session. After they investigated them using the simulation, they found improved scores in teamwork and communication, knowledge and attitudes. Next tool, which is used frequently in patient safety, which is the failure mode and defect analysis. It is used proactively to identify potential problems, failures with procedure or patient care. It is done proactively, as we said. It provides a more objective, comprehensive, and systematic way to identify systems risk. First, Davis and his colleagues, they identified 10 simulation sessions. They found that the simulation provided the observers with real-time visualization of both the sentinel event and the unanticipated outcome. And perhaps one of the most interesting studies, which I think it's better to be called a project, and using simulation with FMEA, is done by GABA in the Stanford Medical Center, which they used it to prepare their medical staff for the Ebola outbreak. They designed a simulation program that is addressed to implement the tools, policies, and procedures they have developed during that outbreak. In the traditional FMEA, they found that the staff, they understood the tools, policies, and procedures, and there were no risks actually observed. But after implementing the simulation, they identified latent conditions and active failures, and they edited their policies and procedures according to that. Next, we have the root cause analysis. As we know, this is a retrospective analysis of the adverse event. This study by Slacky, they analyzed 460 claims that have done root cause analysis investigation to them. And they did over a 12-month period investigation of specific events, especially surgical events. They implemented then the simulation session regarding the root cause investigation itself. They trained the investigators themselves. They found that the investigators have the ability to conduct and reach to the root causes of the sentinel events more efficiently. Lastly, the uses of simulation in morbidity and mortality meetings. This is a study done by Davis. They analyzed real sentinel events during their regular morbidity and mortality meetings, the traditional ones, and using simulations. The regular or traditional morbidity and mortality meetings were able to identify at much 10 contributing factors to the sentinel events. But introducing simulation to that, they were able to find 19 additional contributing factors. And they enhanced the quality of the morbidity and mortality by 65%. So, in summary, what can simulation be utilized in sentinel events? It can replicate what happened to come up with more objective contributing factors and more true root causes. Proactively assess new processes, systems, action plans that results from investigating sentinel events for failures and errors and reduce variations between providers. It can also be used to train staff on newly implemented technology and protocols in a safe, learning and blame-free environment. It can be used also to educate and train staff involved in incident investigations to be more confident and skilled on RCA using simulation. That's it for me, and these are my resources. Thank you, and thank you for the invitation.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rakan. I would like to ask the respected speakers to join me to the podium for the question and answers. I think we have 10 minutes for questions and answers.
Thank you so much. Shagad? Yeah, thank you all speakers. Very interesting session. As an anesthesiologist, maybe my question is more to Dr. Marcus and Dr. Tariq. In aviation, we've seen time and time again the use of checklists and emergency manuals to follow in a crisis situation. Now we've tried to establish something similar in an anesthesiology setting, but I can't say we've been successful. So what has your experience or your knowledge been about the use of emergency manual, and how do you establish it, especially in a culture of, you know, where you have senior staff who have already been practicing in a specific way in terms of managing crisis in the operating room? Thank you.
Who wants to start?
I think, Dr. Marcus, you're mute.
No, I'm not muted, on my side at least. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So
Yeah.
Dr. Ramona's questions was, she wants to know, like, how can you, regarding the anesthesiology, how they can to manage the crisis resource management, and how to train them and maintain that.
Oh, okay, the question was about the crisis checklist. Should I answer that first, or?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I think the checklists and manuals, you know, is a different culture. So many years ago, we did not use checklists and manuals, and it was uncool to use it. So if you are a good physician, you don't need checklists. You know everything. And this is kind of still remaining a little bit. And so that doesn't only need to implement checklists, it also needs to implement the culture of using checklists. That it does not mean that you don't know it, or that you can't remember it, or that you need help from a book. Other resistance is towards patients are so different, we cannot use one checklist for all patients. And that is true. And I think it's important that you always say you do not have to adhere to the checklist. The checklist is here to use it and deviate from the checklist if there are good reasons to do it, but kind of with the knowledge of what is the standard treatment. So kind of implementing this different culture of using checklists is professional work, helping cognitively that you don't have to remember things which could be read in a checklist or book, and then implement the way of using it. So who is using the crisis manual? You know, so you ideally have a reader, you know, but this has to be trained ideally with simulation, that you say, okay, we have a crisis situation, you know, you make the call out, you make the 10 for 10, and then you assign somebody of the team and say, okay, you take out the checklist and you read it, and we others kind of coordinate the things which need to be done. So it needs some training, but really the most important thing is to be aware of the cultural aspect to allow this use. And of course, to make good checklists.
Thank you, Dr. Marcus. Any other question? I want to ask Dr. Jamil's question. So how can you implement, like how do you convince the higher administration to do this ergometric study for Dr. Tabbagh? Yes, please. Ergometric study for the residents. How can you convince the higher administration to do this study? So highlight the importance of this.
How to convince anyone to do anything? That's change management, and you know, it takes a lot of work and effort, and you know, you have to persevere and persevere. But the way to convince them, you know, so far we've been able to, you know, let me put it back. The way that aviation ended up being important and ended up being, you know, they use simulation always, and the development and advancement and research in aviation is being very well sponsored. It's because it's law. You cannot be a pilot. Imagine, you cannot be a pilot if you're not tested twice a year for each plane that you're piloting, and you have to. And every time your license is at risk, because if you don't pass, you go and you retrain. We don't do that for surgery. We don't do that for any other specialty, I think, or any any other discipline. So we don't. Unfortunately, we don't do that. Eventually, now slowly, because I happen to be at the the training side. I'm the Associate Executive Director of Training for the Western Province. But in order to convince the executives to put it in their curricula, you have to have simulators that are well validated. Unfortunately, most of the simulation scenarios that are in the system currently, they're not very well validated. They are validated in some terms, but not in every perspective. They're validated in terms of realism and maybe to a certain extent the content, maybe the construct, but almost none of the simulations technologies, at least for surgical specialties, none of them, or very few of them, they have what we call a predictive validity. Predictive validity means that when you do the simulator, you use the simulator, you're going to become a better surgeon at doing that specific procedure. So that's the problem. I cannot go and push, the high authorities. We have to become, for example, go Saudi Commission for Health Specialties, and in the curriculum for neurosurgery, you have to put that they have to be trained for, a certain number of hours each term on the simulator to do a, let's say, a tumor removal. We can't do that because it's not validated. I don't want someone to learn something wrong and go and do it on a patient, which happened in aviation in the past, and people died. So what we have to convince our administrators to do is to push the wheel forward, and this is inshallah, what's happening in 2030 now. We're pushing the wheel forward for research and development. So we have to improve. We have to convince the higher authorities to sponsor and to fund and to give grants and to increase the interest of the coming population, the growing, the young generation to actually work hard to improve the virtual reality simulators that we have. Now we're going to venture on the metaverse and the other fields. But if we're able to do that, the research will improve things. We're going to validate our technologies, and hoping this eventually will decrease, saving one life. Saving one life is like saving whole humanity. This is a verse from Quran. So that's what it is, I think.
Dr. Tariq, you have questions? Thank you, Dr. Sabbagh.
Yes, I wanted to emphasize the importance of the checklist in aviation or anesthesia. Actually, we have a very common error in ignoring the checklist. We call it habituation or environmental capture. It happened to Captain Siddiqui from the PIA. He landed a 747 without the landing gear because he did not go to the checklist. We have problems also with cross-checking. We had the Emirates, I don't remember the flight number, but was taking out of Auckland, and they miscalculated the weight of the aircraft, and they did not cross-check with each other, because when I put the weight in the flight management system, we have to cross-check the pilot and the first officer that this is the weight which was entered, and the aircraft was a heavy Airbus 340 and could hardly get off the runway, and they had a tail strike. So it's very important to adhere to the checklist.
Thank you so much, Dr. Tariq.
Next question.
Yes, please.
Assalamu alaikum. It's a very nice presentation. I was really thinking of the Saudi Sentinel Event Center. I want to suggest something. All those Sentinel event for morbidities and mortalities, if they are collected after the real complete studies and without mentioning names of the practitioners or the hospitals, and this should be in a small digital newspaper distributed to the specialties that would benefit from those lessons and those pitfalls that were found into these morbidities and mortalities. I think that would really have a good feedback for the practitioner, especially the junior staff. They will learn a lot from this. Thank you.
مدري شو ايه كويس يعطيك العافية and this suggestion has been made يعني multiple times to us. Most of the Sentinel events that we receive, we publish based on it if we see that there is a trending or occurring theme of Sentinel events. For example, the postpartum hemorrhage. We release what is called a patient safety alert. We've released this year around 5 or 6 patient safety alerts to hospitals regarding these Sentinel events. The publishing of the report, we had initial data since the 2021 only. Much of the data will come with the 2022 reports, inshallah.
More question, please.
Yes, please.
Hello, thank you for the morning. It was really, really informative. I'm a perioperative education specialist for nursing. And so I absolutely love the OR. I'm very passionate about the area. I just feel that sometimes in terms of team dynamics, we've done team steps training, many things we know about teamwork, collaboration, communication. I think it is one of the areas where our team dynamics are they're not as good as they can be. And again, we know that when these Sentinel events happen, that's where the teamwork needs to kick in. So I would love to hear maybe Dr. Tariq, or if you have some advice on how we can really implement it at unit level on a daily basis, because we do the training, and unfortunately when we go back inside that area and the doors are closed, we don't always follow those strategies, I suppose. So I would welcome any advice you have. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Actually, we should enhance more simulation and training in nursing care as well. The recommendation is for high caliber institutes to focus more on the nursing care and simulation of nursing care and training. Did I answer the question?
One possibility, can I say something?
Sure.
One possibility is also to do more frequent, shorter trainings in situ on the ward, so that you don't only go for a full day in a simulation center, but that you have your instructors in the team and you are doing, half an hour after the handover. If time allows, you do a little rehearsal with your actual team on the ward, which is called in situ simulation. And that kind of helps to get it into the teams. And if you do that regularly, every Monday, every Tuesday, you get a lot of kind of training and feedback and debriefing in the team.
Thank you so much. Any other question? I have a question for Dr. Jamil. So we in simulation, we do like the debriefing double time the running simulation session. And those disaster drill is taking long period of time. So how do you manage the debriefing duration and like there's too many people at the same time and too many scenarios. So what's your experience in the debriefing in this matter?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Amani. It's a very nice question. It's very tricky. I do believe that most of the learning experience occurs during debriefing. So imagine this is just not your normal audience or trainees. You have sometimes hospital, healthcare workers, at least 50 or 40 participating in the simulation. However, there is no excuse to omit debriefing, period. You have to do the debriefing. What we found and what I've learned over the past 2 years is do the debriefing at multiple levels. So start with the general debriefing for the whole audience. Then you as instructors or the people who conducted the simulation, we had in our team at least 7 or 8 people with simulation and disaster backgrounds. So we divided ourselves, and the most senior expert dealt with hospital management and the leaders. So we did it on multiple levels, and even then at the multiple level, I had to take the hospital director or his deputy on the side and debriefing them specifically on certain points. Because you can't debrief the hospital director in front of everyone during that critical time. It's pretty tricky. They have to feel safe, so they lower their guards and they start listening and learning and implementing what you did.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the panel speakers for their great presentation, and thank you for the audience for your attendance. Now we'll have a break, and then we'll join back for the panel discussion. So, so it's going to be a group photo for the whole people.
This thing is on the way. We should go there or what?
You want to go?
Let's go there.
يمين ولا يسار؟
هذا الشغل
كده تمام.
ايوه هذا خليه هنا احسن.
بريق غدا. بريق غدا.
تفضل.
ابدا ابدا. سلام هلا تفضل.
لا اماني لازم تكون في الطرف عشان الترتيب. ما عليك، انت انت البوكس.
هذه توجع مرة يا رجل، هذه توجع مرة. ايه اصبر.
طيب I think lunch and
هلا والله.
so back at 1 sharp for the next speaker in the panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back after lunch. We will be starting with our second plenary for this afternoon, and then we will be breaking down into two tracks. One will be the special interest group, which is the nursing group, and the other will be, the nursing group will be here in this main hall, and the abstracts track will be in room number 2. So our next plenary talk is going to be presented by Dr. Munira Chowdhury. Dr. Munira is a healthcare professional with over 18 years of experience in leading transformation in quality improvement across healthcare delivery systems in the UK, Qatar, and Bangladesh. She has led multiple projects to improve both clinical and operational practices. She also is an advocate for the use of simulation and has introduced it as part of her work with Hamad Medical Corporate to improve patients' flow. So please help me welcoming Dr. Munira, who will be shedding some lights on mimics of simulation when it comes to quality and patients' care. Welcome, Dr. Munira.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. And this is traditionally in conferences and trainings the most difficult session to take because it's post-lunch. Everybody's had a nice lunch. They're all rested. It's time to go to sleep, right? But no. So today I'm going to really talk to you a little bit about quality improvement and patient safety. And you've already heard a lot about quality improvement and patient safety. In fact, the whole day has been about quality improvement and safety, so why is this different? And why am I going to be talking for such a long time? But let's see. So really what I would like to do today is think about with you the understanding of the application of simulation in healthcare. So we've heard a lot about simulation in healthcare. The focus of this whole conference has been on simulation in healthcare. But how do we apply it specifically with the lens of quality and patient safety? And what are those myths around simulation? Now, you're all simulation advocates in this room, so it makes life a lot easier to talk to this audience. But imagine if we're trying to convince somebody to invest in simulation, to use simulation, to think about simulation. It's not so easy. So we will be thinking about that a little bit in this session. So let's talk about quality and patient safety. Now, a great place to start is definitions. And my apologies in advance for start boring you with a definition. So there are a couple of definitions that I've used previously and you'll be familiar with. So quality improvement. What is quality? Quality improvement is a framework used to systematically improve care. Remember the word systematically. It's really important, and there's your link with simulation. Quality improvement seeks to standardize processes to reduce variation, achieve predictable results, and improve outcomes. Now, when you put all of that together, yes, that's quality improvement, but wow, is there a linkage to simulation? Because that simulation model and approach really helps us to enable the environment for quality improvement. And here on the bottom are your definitions, which everyone will be aware of. What is quality? It's safe, it's effective, it has to be timely, it has to be efficient. We need to make sure our systems are equitable and that they're patient-centered. So that's really your definition of quality. Let's think about patient safety, and we heard Dr. Muhammad earlier this morning talk to us about patient safety. So patient safety, through patient safety, we have to avoid unintended and unexpected harm every time we see a patient. And that's really important because we don't want to cause harm to our patients. As we deliver health care day in, day out, we don't want to cause harm. So what we want to do is make sure that we remove that unintended harm. And some of the harms, and you'll know all of this, medication errors, there's surgical errors, there can be sepsis, there can be a fall in awards. So there's many different types of medication, errors that can happen, or harm that happens to patients. So what's simulation? You all know what simulation is, so I'm not going to go through all of it, but one really important definition that really I think is great. And simulation is the imitation of representation of one act by a system, within a system. And that definition to me is so striking, because we just talked about systems in quality. We just talked about systems in patient safety. We talked about system improvement. So then simulation links very nicely to that. So if we were to summarize the role of simulation in healthcare, I think it falls into three nice buckets. And if we remember these three things, it makes it so easy to communicate and share what simulation is and what simulation is to healthcare. Practice. Simulation allows you to practice. It allows you to practice in a safe environment. You can test your theories. It's so simple to do that within an environment. Teach. We've heard about that, and there's a whole day dedicated to education. Simulation allows us to be taught about certain situations and to improve. And this last area is perhaps the most important, which is, from my field in quality improvement and transformation, this is the area that we would like to focus on. So how can simulation help healthcare systems to improve? Leadership commitment to a safety culture. And I'll talk more about leadership in a second, and I've got some content on that around leadership. Encouraging a culture of safety. Because it's not sufficient to think about isolated events or isolated interventions when it comes to quality, patient safety, and simulation. There has to be a culture behind that which creates that platform so that it doesn't matter if one person is there or not. It doesn't matter if one process is there or not. It's a systematic approach to improvement. Simulation can be used as a catalyst for transformation because you can see the art of the possible. And that's always a great place, a great foundation for transformation. It's an enabler for the health workforce. And if the pandemic has taught us anything, if recent global events have taught us anything, we have learned that our health workforce needs to have the capabilities to allow them to deal with different situations. So simulation allows a greater capability within the workforce. We've talked about the safe environment. The other thing that we think about is these what-if scenarios. Now, in healthcare, every scenario is different. Every scenario is unique, but every scenario is also the same. So you heard a little bit about me earlier on, and I have worked in many different countries. And what I've observed is healthcare is the same. The problems are the same. Waiting times, surgical site infections, queue management, all the same. I come from the UK, and in the NHS, I don't know how many of you follow that, the NHS waiting lists are a huge problem at the moment. We don't have enough capacity to fulfill the demand that's on our door. That's no different to other countries in the world. But if we were to use simulation to look at what-if scenarios, what if we manage surgical booking in this way? Or what if we managed outpatient booking in this way? Without implementing something and then having to backtrack, we could use simulation to actually try it and test it and then implement it. And I'll tell you more about linking that with quality improvement methodology shortly. Debriefing after a near miss. We heard about sentinel events from a number of speakers today. We heard about the preparations for Hajj. All of these examples, real life examples, can help us to avoid future near misses. We learn from what we do. And that's a great way of enabling our workforce. We can analyze systems and processes before events occur. And actually, my biggest learning in simulation is you don't need a huge setup. You don't need a huge costly setup to be able to do this. It's simple. You can make it simple, so simple that it's implementable anywhere. So we talked about culture. Now, organizational culture is something that is unique, but culture shift or moving culture, changing culture is something that's really complex. Everyone talks about it. You go to any transformation book, any transformation literature, any transformation platform and forum, people talk about culture shift. But it's not that simple. How do you change something that people have done always? It's not easy. It takes time, it takes effort, and you need to be able to show people what the new world looks like. So simulation, I believe, and others believe, the simulation can be a tool for embedding that quality of system and culture of quality within a system. We'll be able to share that common understanding. We can show people what's happening, and culture and simulation can help demonstrate what that future looks like. So it's an enabler for culture shift. And then linking simulation to transformation, and this really mirrors what this conference is all about. Education, competency and assessment, skill development, medical education or examination, all of these areas, through this we can enable transformation. We can think about safety and adverse drug events and procedures and infection, crisis management. We heard a little bit about that earlier. Patient flow, such an important area of focus. How many hospital systems and healthcare systems have overcrowded emergency departments where patients are waiting for a long time because the system is overcrowded? But through patient flow, we're able to redesign those systems and help enable that smoother patient flow. Appointment systems, bed management, leadership walkarounds. Bed management, how many healthcare systems have inadequate or insufficient beds to meet the demands that are there because their length of stay is too long, or there are other delays within the system which are causing our bed management system to come to a crunch. Simulation can really help with that transformation, again by using demonstration, by testing out different models of how bed management systems can be improved. And the last element that I really want to talk about is patient experience. Don't forget, the reason that we are all in healthcare is to improve patient care and improve patient experience. That's the primary reason. We all have different job titles. We have different lenses through which we practice clinical, operational care. But at the bottom line of why we're in healthcare is we want to improve patient experience. What are the major causes of patient dissatisfaction? Waiting times. When I come to an outpatient clinic, I want to be seen. I want to wait the least amount of time. I want to have a decent amount of time with my physician so that I can really talk about the problems I face. And then I want to be able to get my drugs, have my tests, and leave. That's what I want. I want an efficient system. But yet waiting times become one of the major causes of patient dissatisfaction. But again, simulation can help us. Queue management, multiple queues within the system. And I'm going to share with you an example. It's from a different country, or two different countries actually, around how simulated events or simulated walkthroughs can help to improve the environment of a facility. And then finally, advocacy. So really, I want to focus on patient experience because that's a great way to improve care. We've had a whole presentation on human factors and simulation, so I'm not going to attempt to recreate what we've already heard. But really, through practice and knowledge retention and confidence building, getting feedback and ownership, we're really going to improve and make those transformation or fulfill those transformation objectives that we want to. But look at the top right, building confidence. How many times have you as healthcare professionals been in situations where the provider feels that they're not confident to do the role that they are? Maybe they don't say it, but maybe it's not a lack of knowledge, it's just a lack of confidence, or it's the absence of confidence. But simulation in a quality improvement environment will certainly help to build that confidence. This is taken from a BMJ article. The references are there. I found this really powerful, actually, because this linked different competencies with the application into simulation. And I found it really interesting as I read it, and I was thinking, okay, a communicator. How does a communicator help, or how does simulation help a communicator within a particular situation? And this particular research really says that there's strong evidence that the use of simulation to teach and assess communication skills is a great way of enhancing those skills. Similarly, a manager, it's not entirely a strong link, but for a manager in a healthcare environment, it can really help them to understand how in different situations, how their role plays out. And I think, for me, listening to the presentation this morning on the Hajj, or earlier this morning on the Hajj preparedness, really, I was linking it here, that healthcare system needs to be prepared for 1 month of the year, and all of these roles are probably within that system. So it's a really powerful article. Do look at it, and I think it can be adapted to any situation. So next, we've talked now generally, so we've done the general bit. So next, we really like to talk about how we create the environment for simulation and how that leads to improvements in quality and patient safety. There are two conditions that need to be present so that we can create that enabling environment for quality improvement. We need leadership for quality. If we have an environment where the leaders are engaged in quality improvement, where they're able to create that enabling environment, then it makes life a lot simpler. And the second is, we have in healthcare, because it's such a complex environment, we have so many different tools, methodologies, approaches. We have this tool for this, we have that tool for that, and it can be quite confusing. So for a healthcare provider, what do I use? Do I use PDSAs? Do I use an adverse events methodology? Do I use different methodologies? So we need to start to link things together as a healthcare community. And I believe everything can be integrated. So let's think about leadership. So I should have said earlier, I am a senior director, by the way, at the Institute for Healthcare Improvement, which is a Boston-based organization. And obviously, our business is quality improvement at its core. So we've done a lot of work on understanding leadership. So I haven't animated this slide, but it would have been better if I animated it because you wouldn't see the whole answer. But let's look at what happens traditionally. quality became about standards and ratings. Have I met this standard? Have I met that standard? And that created traditionally a lot of tick box methodology. Yes, I've done that. No, I haven't. Quality used to be piecemeal. I'll do an improvement project to address bed management. I'll do an improvement project to reduce queues in my outpatient department. I'll do an improvement project to reduce surgical site infections. So traditionally, quality improvement, as it was introduced, became incremental and piecemeal in its nature. Leadership at that time were expected to adopt and follow particular standards and ways of work. Power was concentrated in specific areas. It was more around command and control. Let me finish this. This is our direction. We need to do it in this way. Leaders became reactive because actually this disaster happened or this issue happened and we needed to deal with these things. So leaders became more and more reactive. And we went into a culture of learning from errors, learn by doing. So we went, okay, there's an error here, let's learn about it, and then let's implement what happens. We became very reactive. So here's the paradigm shift that needs to be in place in order to create an environment to allow quality improvement to flourish. Quality improvement is no longer about standards. It's no longer about compliance. It is about continuous and systematic improvement towards those goals, whatever those goals are, for an organization, for a country, for a region. Quality improvement leadership is strategic, it's focused, and it's driven by quality planning. If we have a quality plan in place, it makes it much, much easier to manage that quality improvement journey. Power is distributed to patients and staff. So a lot of the work that we do, we really encourage people to involve patients in quality improvement. Because if we can involve the patient, it helps us to understand how we can improve systems more than just looking at it from a staff's perspective or our own perspectives. We partner with people as leaders now to think about governance. Governance is important. We can start many, many different quality improvement projects. But if there isn't an overarching governance framework to support those improvements, it does make it very, very challenging. And we need to become more proactive in our approach to improvement, not reactive. So we're thinking about risks, we're thinking about anticipating those errors. Let's make sure that we don't have surgical site infections. Let's make sure we can prevent avoidable harm. So we're thinking more around being proactive than reactive. So moving on, there is on the IHI website, this is open source information. You can have a look at this. There is a high impact leadership framework, which really helps explain this new model, this new way of thinking. What are those behaviors of high impact leaders, and what's that framework? So if I was to summarize and synthesize what that framework looks like, there are 4 leadership functions which are based on a foundation of whole system quality. So again, going back to that very first concept of not making quality improvement piecemeal. We lead a system that continuously prioritizes quality, users learning, and looks at balanced system goals. And we think about the population health. We enable culture, values, and behaviors. And we've just talked about how challenging culture can be, but we do enable those values and behaviors. We need to have in place an operating system that brings together quality improvement, quality control, and quality assurance. So they come together to create that quality improvement environment. And the leaders are there and responsible and accountable for making that operating system, for enabling that operating system. All of that is great, but if you don't know how you're performing, then it's almost pointless, because you can't prove to anyone, you can't demonstrate to anyone, you can't tell anyone, this is what I've done. So you need to make sure that the analytics are there to help support what you've done. So I'm sure everybody in this room is familiar with this. This is the Plan, Do, Study Act. Some people say Plan, Do, Check Act. PDSA, PDCA, it's known in very many different forms. So we use this quality improvement approach, which is extended from just a standard PDSA. We ask ourselves 3 questions in addition to the standard PDSA method. What are we trying to accomplish? Which means, what is the aim? Why are we doing this improvement? How will we know that a change is an improvement? And what changes can we make that will result in improvement? So before we embark on any quality improvement project, you ask yourself these 3 questions. Why am I doing this? How do I know that what I'm doing is going to make a difference? It's going to get me to my desired goal? And finally, how can I measure what's happening within our system? So the top section is really the thinking part. This is where we're thinking about improvement. The bottom part, when we do Plan, Do, Study, Act, is the doing part. That's where we're taking the action. And on the right, you see every improvement needs a change, but not every change is an improvement. So we use PDSAs to accelerate learning. We test on a small scale, and we build knowledge. We collect data over time, and then we have all of these scenarios. Can you see the link to simulation here? Can you really feel, you can really see it, right? You can feel it. You know, right, okay, when I do simulation next, I could do a PDSA. When I'm thinking about simulation, introducing simulation, I can use a PDSA platform to do that, because you've got testing here, you've got conditions here. So if we go back to the definition of simulation, there's a link. So where is that link? You don't need to separate these 2 processes. We can integrate this process. When we do our plan, we can set our improvement goals. We can predict what will happen. We can plan. We can decide what data we want to gather. Then we carry out the plan. And this is where simulation helps us to see all those different approaches, to see and to feel how that's going. That's your link. We study and then we act. And I won't go into all the details of all of that, but that's how we do this. This is how you integrate simulation. Do not separate quality improvement and simulation. Integrate it. Use simulation as a way to improve quality. And this is also, so this is quite interesting. This is from the Improvement Guide. I recommend reading this. It's quite a big book, but it really gives a lot of insights into quality improvement. So when we're starting out with something and we're developing a change, we're developing an improvement, our degree of belief is really low. We don't really agree that this is going to happen. And our frontline workers, when we're trying to introduce a change, are thinking, yeah, that's never going to work. Why would that work? They don't know. We've done this job. We see all the patients in the ED, in the emergency department. What do they think they're coming in telling us this is going to work? Of course it's not going to work. And then they go through these testings, cycle 1, cycle 2, Now imagine if you could integrate simulation and show them, okay, this is how it could work. But then when you implement and it's successful or something, depending on whether it's successful, it's unsuccessful, or it needs further work, the degree of belief will change. But I haven't superimposed the impact of simulation onto this, but wouldn't it be great if we could superimpose the impact of simulation onto this? I'm sure that in this second part, this graph would look very different, because that degree of belief would change. So I think, there's some work that needs to be done in the future where we can start to look at how we can superimpose simulation into this. So this whole section, this little part of the section has been on integrating quality and patient safety. We've talked about it helps deliver the organization's objectives. There's innovative strategies that we could implement in a safe environment. We can build a capable workforce. We can develop skills. We can align with the objectives of the organizations. Culture change, we've talked about that. And we can integrate simulation into PDSAs. This is a slide that I use when I'm teaching improvement. But as I was preparing for this presentation, I really liked this slide when I thought about simulation. So if we think about creating that environment, enabling environment with simulation, think about planting that seed, which hopefully we've done through this conference. And this is the 5th edition. So hopefully all of the speakers have had a path and have had a role to do this. So we plant a seed, an idea. That will grow roots. It might take time, but that's going to be invisible. You won't see that happening. Then it will start to go. The plant, the tree will start to grow. It may flower, but that's not where we want to get to. We want to get to the fruit. And the fruit here is, wouldn't it be great if there was integrated quality improvement, patient safety, and simulation approach that came together to help organizations really solve the healthcare problems? So I talked about the fact that I'd worked in different countries. The organization I work for has worked in many different settings and has used simulation in different ways. Now, simulation doesn't have to be complicated. It doesn't have to be a technology-based solution. It can be something very simple. So again, I'll draw you to the IHI website. Please have a look on there. This particular scenario dealt with adverse drug events, and it provided a great example of how a standard order on a nursing unit was simulated, and the nurses got to see how human factors, how different aspects of teamwork impacted on their ability to deliver the care on that ward. Similarly, this is around outpatients. I've talked a lot about outpatients throughout my presentation today, but its flow, it can be simulated. We can see if I gave the doctor 10 minutes extra or 5 minutes extra for their appointment, what impact does that have on my overall schedule for patient care that day? Or if I put complicated patients up front, if I put follow-up patients up front, so we can play with different scenarios to really think about appointments. Patient safety simulations. Now, a great way is role play, those what-if scenarios. It doesn't need to be complex. You can get 10 people together in a room and say, okay, what if I use this clinical practice? What if I use this process? A role play is a great way to also understand from our frontline staff how better they can improve or how better they can provide the care. Computer simulations, and you've all heard of this, they're complex models. There can be different ways of managing those simulation events, and we can also think about how that's impacting on patient care. So this is a particular environmental use of simulation. So in this particular scenario, in this particular project, We used 2 different types of simulation. We wanted to improve the environment for mothers going into facilities to deliver. So we did facility walkthroughs with the mothers to say, okay, let's see, what problems are you facing? What issues are you facing? Where are your bottlenecks? So we really wanted to understand from the mothers. We then replayed a simulation exercise with staff. And we asked one of the staff members to pretend to be a mother waiting to go into delivery and to go through that situation and to role play, and the staff were completely shocked. They didn't know half of what happened to their mothers. It was a real eye-opener. Again, this example is from a low-resource setting in Ethiopia, and it was eye-opening for staff and for mothers. It really helped the health system to look at their design of facilities. So, as I get to the end of, towards the end of my presentation, there are some common myths about simulation. And I think as advocates, we need to address that. Simulation is a technique, not a technology. Do not think about a product. Think about it as a technique. And hopefully in those last few slides you saw there was a computer, there was role play, there was walkthroughs, so many different applications. We don't always need state-of-the-art equipment. Simulation needs to be accessible to everyone. It's not just for running drills or tasks. It's not just for training. We can see what's happening inside a system. It's not just for doctors or for nurses. It's for everyone. And we don't need all this expensive investment, as you saw from the experience in Ethiopia. So my final reflections, as we try and integrate quality, patient safety, and simulation, simulation is insightful. There are strengths, many, but there are also weaknesses. And we need to learn about our weaknesses of integration in order to best implement it. There are opportunities for further capability development, but simulation can be contextualized. And that's the most important thing. It will help us to avoid preventable harm, and we will be able to use it as a tool for improvement. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope it's not been too bad, especially after the lunchtime session. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Ms. Manara.
Okay, thank you.
So, any questions, please? Okay, so I will ask you a question. So we went through a great panel this morning in your great plenary just a while ago. People are so excited. Where do we start? So going back to work next week, what are your thoughts on how you're working kind of in the Gulf area, so you know our system very well. So kind of where do you think would be the best way to start kind of moving change?
Great question. So let's go back to our PDSA and our model for improvement. The very first thing we need to do is to think about why are we doing this? So what's our aim? What is it that we're trying to achieve with simulation in healthcare, and specifically with relation to quality and patient safety, or any of the areas? So I think a coalition, a group needs to come together to really consider what it is that we're trying to achieve. And once we've done that, I think that strategy, that common aim, will help other entities, will help everyone to understand how they contribute towards that bigger aim. So I think really coming together with that big picture aim, communicating that, cascading that, so that everyone working on simulation can really know what's my place in this journey.
Perfect. Great answer. So yes, I always, people would say we need kind of higher authority to kind of push this forward. But I strongly believe that thinking of the aim, we can aim small in our unit, in our department, in our hospital, and change will come as we all move together with this. Any questions from the group? We are really on time.
Post-lunch.
Yes, and it's post-lunch also. So I think we would end here, unless I see a hand coming up. People sometimes need a few seconds to collect their thoughts. Okay, then we will call it a day for this plenary talk and for this afternoon. The main track here for nursing will be starting shortly, and the abstracts is in room 2. And we will see you all together back here at 4:15 for the research incubator competition. You don't want to miss that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry?
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مساء الخير جميعاً. Before we start our next session, just an announcement. There is a parallel session of presentation in room 2. Just to let you know. Our next session will be about building simulation, utilizing the new health simulation standard. And our speaker, our presenter is Dr. Benjamin, and we met Dr. Benjamin, we had the pleasure yesterday. He's an associate professor at Duke University School of Nursing, where he served as lead faculty of adult gerontology acute care nurse practitioner program. In addition to his academic appointment, he is an acute care nurse practitioner and family nurse practitioner. Dr. Benjamin research is dedicated to improving the education experience of nursing students. He is internationally recognized for his use of simulation and alternative teaching strategies that create learning environment which allows students to transition from the role of bedside nurse to one of advanced practice provider. Dr. Benjamin is serving in the INACSIL, International Association for Clinical Simulation and Nursing. And welcome, Dr. Benjamin.
We'll get the microphone on in just a second. Hello once again, everybody. It's great to see you on day 2. Hope you're doing well. So welcome to our nursing allies, our nursing advocates, and nursing colleagues in our nursing session. So what we're going to be doing here in our workshop is working. So that's going to be exciting. And the microphone is still not on. No, this one's not on. No, not on. Oh. Getting there. Hello. You can hear me? I can't hear it. No. All right. Well, they're still figuring. Now these are gone. Hello? Is this on? Yes. You can hear? Can y'all hear over there? Can you hear it out in the audience? All right, well, we're hoping that this is working. So what we're going to be doing is going through how to build a simulation from nothing. We should have some print-offs of some handouts and templates and the simulation of best practices infographics. I see hands. No? Can't hear? Can we hear yet? A little bit? It sounds like we're getting closer. Closer. Is that loud enough or not yet? I see hands. No? No? I'm still seeing heads saying no. How does that sound? No? Maybe with this one? All right. I can do the handheld as well. All right. Okay. Whoa, we can hear that, can't we? All right, so we're going to be going through building a simulation. And the objectives are really straightforward. We want to be able to identify what these essential components are for building a simulation from scratch, from just your ideas to actually being able to implement, to review the healthcare standards of best practice simulation, as well as developing simulation outline using a template. Dr. Togwood, do we have the templates? All right, there should be some printed material available to you. So we showed this yesterday. What are the standards of best practice for simulation? And we're going to go through those really quick. We're not going to redo everything that there was yesterday. We're going to spend more time going into what do you absolutely need to have to build your simulation. So when we start off, the standard for professional development, remembering that is us. That is us developing ourselves so we can be efficient facilitators and we can be kept up to date. We've seen between yesterday and today there is a lot of activity in the simulation community, a lot of advancements. Our learners are changing with us, so we need to be sure that we are practicing our professional development. That then rolls into the simulation design. The design is building the simulation itself, which the key components are the objectives and the outcomes. Those objectives and outcomes will guide what our entire simulation experience looks like. We then go into our pre-briefing. The pre-briefing is the preparation and the briefing, and that is an essential component of the simulation because it standardizes the experience for our learners. It takes out the guesswork so that they're not surprised, they're not caught off guard, and they can focus their attention on the learning at hand. Then one of the most pivotal components, the outcomes and the objectives. Do our learners know what we're asking of them? Do they know what they're supposed to achieve? That helps take out some of the tricky aspects that we referred to yesterday. We shouldn't be trying to trick our learners. Our learners should know exactly what we're expecting of them. Our role as the facilitator then comes full force. It is our responsibility as a facilitator to promote the simulation, to be sure that the momentum continues and that any components of the simulation that become challenging, we can continue forward. We get to the end of the simulation. The debriefing then begins. And debriefing is known and recognized as another essential component of the simulation where our learners can then be able to reflect back, add content, add cognitive thought, and really learn from the experience. The evaluation of the learning is how can we then measure if the outcomes were achieved. or evaluation metrics can look in a whole variety of ways, but this is where we then perform that evaluation piece. Professional integrity, we didn't focus on this yesterday, and we're not going to hone in a lot on it today either, but that integrity is being sure that psychological safety is maintained, that all individuals are performing in a professional manner, and that the simulation environment remains respectful. The interprofessional nature of simulations, best practices show that learning is augmented and accelerated when we can take learners from different disciplines, put them into a simulation environment together so they can then learn from one another. So that's combining nursing students with physical therapy, with respiratory therapy, with medicine, and having them in one combined simulation. Operations, that's everything behind the scenes, everything behind the curtain, being sure that the equipment is available, the equipment works, that the computers work, that the technology is working. Our operations technicians are highly essential components of our simulation. And then the simulation glossary is just our definitions. What are all the key terms that we use in a simulated environment and in simulation technology, and definitions provided to it. Okay, we got through all of them real quick. So here comes your first work. If you need to take a quick photo to remember what all the standards are, please do so, because now the work starts for us as a group. The question that I have to you, oops, I went a little quick. The question that I have to you, pretend you didn't see that. If you're going to build your simulation on the sheets that are being provided to you, which of these standards will you need? We won't need all of them. Which will you need to build your simulation? The answer is, according to me, realizing this is all according to me, these are the most key components. You have to be able to know what your pre-briefing is going to look like, what the design is. Your outcomes and objectives must have outcomes and objectives. Your facilitation, what is your role going to be as a facilitator? We must have a debriefing plan, an evaluation plan. And lastly, you've got to have operations. Our simulation can't run without operations. Sometimes we are the operations technicians, but we have to have these key components. And these are the ones that we're going to focus on for the next little bit as we are building this simulation together. All right, next question for you. In what order do you think you need to consider these things? If you want to remember what those things were, here they are again, the ones circled in green, because we're not necessarily going to think of them in the order that they are numbered up here. So what do you think the order is going to be? And remember, this is just simulation according to Benjamin. This is not a hard, fast rule. But you need to start with your outcomes and your objectives. What do I want my learner to learn? I've been in the classroom, I was in the hospital setting, I saw a deficiency, and immediately I thought, I need a simulation with the objectives and the outcomes. You then need to start your design, and remember that design, it's an umbrella. Lots of components are underneath that simulation design. We then need to consider our operations. What do we have? What can we use? Where is it? How much does it cost? And we're going to go through all of these very detailed. Then my job as a facilitator kicks in as we're building this. I have my operations technicians. What is my role as the facilitator within this simulation that we're about to build? I then need to conceptualize what this pre-briefing is going to look like. Remember, pre-briefing is standardizing, taking out the guesswork, familiarizing our learner with the simulated environment. Even if that simulated environment is a table with a task trainer on it, we need to be sure that our learners are familiarized with the task trainer before we ever start. Oh, well, number 6 should have been in there. It'll pop up eventually. Number 6, which is coming back up, will be Simulation Design 2.0. We then have to re-engage our simulation design at this point in time. Followed by the debriefing. We talked a bit about debriefing yesterday. I'm going to give a bit more information on debriefing styles and Socratic questioning. There it is. Followed by evaluation of learning and performance. We've got to do an evaluation. So this is the way my order. It is not an Axel's order. It doesn't have to be your order. When I'm building a simulation from nothing, this is how I think about it, and this is how we're going to go forward with it. Take lots of pictures if you'd like. All right. So you've been given, hopefully, a template as well. That template is something that I use. It was produced, we use it at Duke University. All of our simulations are built using that template because it's standardized. We keep them on file in our simulation center. So if I leave Duke, if something happens to me, I'm sick, they can take this template and have another facilitator run the simulation. So we're going to start off with our first and foremost, the most important, our objectives and our outcomes. And you see it's numerically listed as section 2 on your template, so you can see where I'm at. But we've got to come up with those objectives first. So, utilizing the standards of best practice, when we're considering these objectives and outcomes, we need to establish what that outcome is, create those objectives, decide what the modality is going to be, how high fidelity is this going to be? Is it going to be the most integrated simulator that we have, or is it a task trainer? Is it a standardized patient, or Dr. Deborah yesterday said a simulated participant? What is appropriate for that simulation? And then finally, the guidelines for facilitation. When we're building our objectives, best practices say that we should be using Bloom's taxonomy verbs. These Bloom's taxonomy verbs will help us then determine what level we're expecting our student to perform at. Are we wanting them to just remember something? Do we want them to remember what hypoxic respiratory failure looks like? Or are we wanting them to be able to differentiate hypoxic versus hypercapnic respiratory failure? Are we wanting them to know how to then implement this information? And that's all going to be guided by your verb. The verb is one of the most key components of your objective, and being sure that each objective only has one verb. You can't say that the student, you're expecting them to define and differentiate. That's going to be two separate objectives. So keeping your objectives very, very straightforward, one per outcome. All right, but now this is your turn. I've seen some of the papers getting passed out. There is no hard rule to this 2 minutes. I want you to take a second. Think of what is a simulation that I feel my students would benefit from, that my learners, that my medical students, that my residents, my fellows, my nurse practitioners, whoever you work with. And I want you to really quick jot down what those ideas might be using your Bloom's taxonomy. I want them to be able to, implement fluid resuscitation on a septic patient. Maybe you want them to differentiate between cardiogenic shock and distributive shock, because these are then going to guide the simulations that you're building and the outcomes. So I'm going to give you, I say a couple of minutes, it'll probably only be about 30 seconds. And best practices for learning also say to think, pair, and share. Get your ideas down. Lean over to a colleague and say, hey, this is what I think. Get their input on it. And we always like to be kind to our neighbors. We always like to say, oh, good job. But this is also the time to give meaningful feedback to one another and say, hey, I like your objective, but you know what? We might be able to elevate Bloom's taxonomy by using a different verb. Or, wow, that's a really good objective. how are you going to measure that outcome? Because that's going to be our next point, is what will those outcomes be? All right, everybody getting some ideas down? Because the goal is that by the time we finish this workshop, you're going to have a simulation written on that template that you built yourself. Because then you can take that back to your simulation center and say, hey, I've got an idea for a simulation. Or maybe you are the simulation director, and you can bring it back to your operations person and say, here we go, I got a new simulation for you. All right. Getting some ideas written down. We'll go back to our blooms. It's another great slide. In my previous life, I worked for Vanderbilt University before Duke. So this was this design here was created by the Center for Teaching for Vanderbilt. So I use it frequently because it's just a really good description. It has some nice verbs in there. These are not the only verbs for Bloom's taxonomy. All right. So we've got some good ideas for those objectives. Remember, those objectives are key. Those are going to guide everything. Because now we're getting into the design. We have an idea of our objectives. And you don't have to have a lot of objectives. You can have one if it's a very straightforward simulation. 2, I recommend no more than 3. Once you get beyond 3, your simulation is going to get extremely complicated, extremely long, and can be very challenging to meet those objectives. So now we're coming into the design component. We have our framework. Our framework are those objectives and those desired outcomes. What do we do with them? We use those to build our simulation. These are all components in the simulation design. I think I showed this maybe very quickly yesterday. If we look at this design and we're starting on the left-hand side, we're going to designate a consultant for expertise. Hopefully that's you. But if you're not the expert, you probably know an expert. We're going to identify who that expert is, perform the needs assessment, which you've already done. You've recognized that your learners have a need. You've developed objectives, which takes care of the third and the fourth bubbles. We've constructed measurable objectives. We have identified the modality. And now we're down to designing a scenario case. When we come down the right side, we're going to have to consider the fidelity, is being sure that this is a learner-centered approach. We heard comments yesterday and even today where facilitators inadvertently make themselves the center of the attention rather than the learner. Must stay learner-centered. We're then later on going to create a pre-brief, a debrief, and evaluation plan. So this is everything under design. It's a big umbrella. But we're already down here at the bottom of the left, designing a scenario, because we've done everything else so far. The first few steps go very, very fast. It's designing that scenario that can be challenging. All right, operations. That is the equipment. The entire room next door, that is operations. All the exhibits out in the lobby, those are our operations. And we really need to consider when we're looking at our operations of how can we make this simulation run. When we're looking at our infographic for our operations, we want to be sure that we implement a strategic plan. What is going to be the plan to make this happen? Do we have the appropriate personnel with the appropriate expertise? If that's not you, we're going to get that person. Do we have the space? If you need a different space, look into it. When Dr. Jamal this morning was talking about his simulations, I could not believe the amount of resources in the space that he needed for those. But he recognized it, identified it early, and in his operations, he figured out the space that he needed for that. So identify what that space is. It might just be a table. It might be a classroom. It might be a hospital room. It might be a wing of a simulation department. Are there going to be finances required? Do you already have the equipment, or are you going to need it? And then some sort of formal process for this system integration. So on your template, it's under section 3. This is, again, the template that we use at Duke University. And this is just built with the types of simulations that I do. All the data down here in the bottom, the equipment requirements, we have this just in a PDF or in a Word document. We can erase those components and add things in, but for my acute care adult simulations, these are some of the more common equipment that we'll need. IV fluid warmers, ultrasound machines, code carts, airway carts, things for adult acute care and critical care. But also see some of the other things under here. There's blanks next to adult and pediatrics. There we typically have listed the mannequins that we have available to us. Do you use Gamard? Do you use Laerdal? Do you use Simghost? There's lots of other manufacturers. So we have our manufacturers listed there. I just took that information out so as not to appear like I was endorsing any particular company. Are you using standardized patients? Standardized patients do add a higher degree of fidelity. Is this a simulation that you need a standardized patient, or do you not? If you do, make a note of that to yourself. I really need a standardized patient. We're doing an end-of-life simulation, and I really need a standardized patient to play the family member of the individual who has passed away. Do I need faculty? Do I need clinical instructors? Do I need staff? CND in our institution, we refer to that as our Center for Nursing Discovery, so that's our simulation department. But do I need simulation staff, nurses? Who are my technicians? Think of the people that you need. So that way, when you start building the simulation, you know what the requirement is. And then, as I mentioned, the equipment that you might need. Everything from a peripheral IV, an NG tube, an IV pole, because without having an idea of what you need, we all know what happens. It's the morning of the simulation, you're 10 minutes before you start, and nothing's in the room. Where's the oxygen tubing? Somebody get me an IV bag. Where's the medications that we need? And further down on your chart, there's this section here. The time and duration, we'll talk about that in a minute when we're doing pre-briefing. But the other components of what does the simulator look like? Does it require particular moulage? What clothing do you want them wearing? Are they in a hospital gown, or are they in clothing from out in the community? Medications that you want available. If you're anticipating that this patient is going to need a blood transfusion, you need to be sure that the simulated blood transfusion bags are available for the simulation. So being sure that you have an idea of what am I going to need for this. And this is the point to think big. What do I need? What do I want? What do I have? This isn't the time to say, oh, well, we don't have that. You might know that you don't have access to a particular thing, but at least list it down. Because then when you are meeting with your simulation department or with whomever is going to assist you with this, you can brainstorm and say, well, we don't have whatever this one particular thing is, but here's a way that we can work to replicate that. All right, so take a second and jot some of that down. You can phone a friend. Lean over to somebody and think, hey, I'm really thinking about doing a simulation like we saw some of our Department of Defense with a patient with a traumatic amputation, but we don't have an amputated limb. How can we make that work? And get some ideas. The beauty of the simulation is that we can really lean into the creativity of it. So going back a few slides, what is the mannequin looking like? How are they going to be dressed? What's their moulage going to look like? We run a simulation, it's a multi-trauma where it's a mannequin that has been in a motor vehicle collision. We have pictures of a motor vehicle collision. The mannequin has moulage on different limbs, And then we have X-ray images, radiographic images to represent broken long bones, femur, humerus, pelvis. If that's what you want, be sure it's in there. They need to be bruised. They need to have signs of ecchymotic injury. What medications? You might say, everything. I need all of them. And if you don't have all of them, sometimes it's just a piece of tape stuck to a bag written on what it is. I need epinephrine and norepinephrine and phenylephrine and dobutamine and dopamine. I need everything. We can make it happen. And the slide before that was all the other little details. I didn't mention age. What's the age of the patient going to be? Is it going to be a pediatric simulation of a 5-year-old? Are we talking about a 15-year-old, 30-year-old, or 80-year-old? A geriatric simulation is going to be very different than a 30-year-old. And that fidelity, do you need a geriatric simulator? We talk a lot about the suspension of disbelief and simulation artifact. The more artifact that we can get out of the way, the easier it is for our learners to engage in the simulation. It's hard to look at a simulator and say, pretend like this is an 80-year-old, when we do have simulators that do represent our aging in our older population. All right. So now we're coming into our role as the facilitators. And remember, this is where we come into play. It is our responsibility to keep this simulation moving, to be sure that psychological safety is maintained and assured throughout the simulation. When we're looking at the roles of the facilitator, we want to be sure that, number one, the facilitator has the specific skills and knowledge in simulation pedagogy. Those are our learning theories and our learning styles. Before standards of best practice came out, we just thought simulation was fun. We all wanted to do it. Now there's a lot of learning theory and evidence to support best practices. So being sure that our pedagogy, that we're following best practice pedagogy, and that it's appropriate for the participants. Being sure that we're maintaining the participant level. We don't want an RN to be expected to do what a medical resident is doing. And a resident shouldn't be expected to do what the RN is doing. So we want to be sure that the expectation is appropriate. Pre-briefing, we're about to talk about that one. Cues. Our job is to provide those cues. If our learners get stuck, if our learners are not able to progress, giving the cues that they need. We're going to talk about all that. Remember, when we talk about this way, what simulation is versus what it is not. I won't spend any more time on that. We spent a bit of time yesterday on it. But this facilitation part, this is a moderate part of our simulation. It's this little box down here. And there's notes out to the side. These are notes that we utilize for ourselves, that this provides details, instructions, or information of what you want to give to the student, or want given to the student. Now here, additionally, as part of that facilitation is going to be this box over here, cues and prompts. This is at the end of your template. Once you get towards the end where you actually have the simulation occurring, there's cues and prompts. If the students are not able to get past stage 1 or stage 2, what are things that the nurse can say or the faculty can say to help edge them along? Here's an example. It's a big, long narrative. This is a facilitative note in one of my simulations. It is a hyperglycemic simulation where the students are expected to differentiate between HHS or DKA, and additionally identify a source. In the simulation, the patient has multiple potential sources. They have a diabetic foot wound, they have a UTI, they have an unresolved community-acquired pneumonia. The students are expected to, in a very targeted form, to identify these potential sources. And this is the facilitator note that I have built in. So that way, if I'm not doing the simulation, if I'm handing this simulation to one of my trained faculty, they have the facilitator notes and they understand very clearly, oh, that's what I'm supposed to do. So I realize that was a lot to try to read. Take a snapshot of it. You can read it later if you want to. But it's a lot of information. And in the center, there's parts about queuing. If the students are running into problems, the nurse can ask targeted questions. The patient's blood sugar is really high. Is there something I can do to help? You would be surprised how students get so focused on something else and they ignore the fact that the patient has a blood sugar of 1200. And it takes them a good 20 minutes to think, oh, maybe I should order insulin. Sometimes we need to target the students back and keep them going down the road so they don't get distracted by some of the ancillary details. So that's these facilitative actions. We as the facilitators have the knowledge skills, and it is then our responsibility to be able to be sure that what we are able to do is appropriate for the students and what the simulation is appropriate for students. What cues can we give them, and then the post-facilitative needs. So that's not just supporting the students psychologically, but also going through the debrief. So take a second to think, what are some of those facilitative components that you'll need to put in? What are some of those cueing things for the simulation that you're thinking of? If you're thinking maybe it is a postpartum hemorrhage, how might you be able to cue the student? If the patient's blood pressure drops, the patient becomes unresponsive, and the student is so worried about determining level of consciousness, they forget to look under the sheets to see if a postpartum hemorrhage has occurred. How could you help guide the student into that? Those are our skills as the facilitator. All right, you've got your simulation built. We now need to get ready for our pre-brief. And remember, that pre-brief is where we are going to take all of the mystery away for the student or for the learner. We don't want them to struggle with the technology, struggle with the theory. We want them to be able to engage in the learning. And our pre-brief is going to help with that. It is going to create that psychological safety that we need. So 3 different levels that you need to consider for your pre-briefing. Top level is just that universal criteria. The middle level is the preparation, and the bottom is the pre-briefing itself. And a lot of this you've already done. When you've gotten to this point of building your simulation, you have already considered those universal criteria. We've already determined that the individual who is going to be facilitating has the knowledge and expertise. That your pre-briefing that you're building now is appropriate, and there is this expertise within for the simulated learner. The preparatory component, being sure that the learner is able to meet the objectives, and the simulation that you've designed supports those objectives. And when we're looking at the pre-briefing criteria in the bottom, we are setting the tone, the expectations, the logistics, and the roles. Otherwise, if you have 5 students going into a simulation, all 5 are going to be trying to do the same thing. All 5 are going to try to be the leader. All 5 are going to try to do CPR. Really identifying what are our roles going to be. Who is going to be the leader for this case? Who's going to be supportive? What roles can we identify you into? And this can work with all levels of students. Take our advanced fellows or residents. Are all of them going to be fighting to be the one leading the code effort, or are some of them going to be willing to take the role of the supportive role? We need all of these roles, and learning occurs through all of these stages. So that pre-brief goes into these other components of the scenario box. We've got a couple of new terms that we're introducing here. We've got this term of assumptions and the case stem. Those assumptions, those are things that we want our students to, or our learners to just assume to be true. That you have access to all medical therapies, that you have access to all consults, that you have family members present, even if they're not physically in the room or in the simulated environment, that there is family available to provide the information you need. My HHS DKA sim, I tell them, the information that is provided to you has not been verified. So they know right offhand, I can't trust what I was just given. But I tell them that right at the beginning, because they are then, in that simulation, able to identify that the patient has not been taking their insulin and has not had access to health care. In the case stem, that is going to be the basis. Where is this occurring? What role are they playing? This is a 35-year-old patient that presented to the emergency department by family, confused. You are the admitting hospitalist team working the 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. shift. The stem is very clear for them so they know where they are in that. So assumptions produce those norms, the aspects of the simulation that are assumed to be true, and it eliminates a lot of the guesswork. And that stem sets the stage for the learners so they know where they're at and what they're doing. Without that pre-brief, they're not going to have a clear understanding of how they are to achieve those objectives or outcomes. All right, so who is the patient? Who's the patient going to be? You're really starting to conceptualize who they are in that stem. And this is where your Sim Design 2.0 comes in. I like to call it that because you have to re-engage in that simulation design of who is the patient. I've conceptualized the environment around the patient, but I've never really thought about who is that patient. And this takes a good amount of time. Up to this point, you've used a moderate amount of time developing some of that facilitative verbiage, the desired outcomes, the objectives, but building the patient does take a good amount of work because we want to be sure that it medically makes sense. We want to be sure that it makes sense so that way what the students are experiencing has a very similar fidelity to what they're going to experience in the clinical arena. So what environment is the patient in? Height and weight. Students are likely going to need to calculate height and weight, being sure that that then matches other parts of the simulation. Past medical history, surgical history, and this likely will change and modulate as you're going through building the simulation. You might get to the end and say, ugh, you know what? I put in too many past medical and surgical problems. Let me strip some of those out because they're just getting in the way. They're just being distractors and they're not allowing the student to actually achieve the outcomes because they're getting tangled up in some of the distracting information. It is okay to have a patient with no medical history, no surgical history, and no allergies if the key is they need to be able to identify a critical event and manage it. Within the simulation template that you have, there's also a section for the review of systems, because the students are going to need some additional information when they're either talking to the standardized patient or communicating with the simulator, and then you're the voice of the simulator. Tell me about your past medical history. Tell me about your surgical history. Have you been having any problems with your heart and your lungs, strokes, seizures, dizziness, palpitations? Having all that built in so as whoever is in the control room can just look at the template and it's not having to recreate this every single time. So this takes a moderate amount of time, really being sure that it medically makes sense. And the standards of best practice say that that will elevate and escalate the fidelity. Now that you've gotten all that created, you get to that essential part of when the learner interacts with the mannequin or the standardized patient for the very first time, what are they going to look like? And so we just consider this start, point 0. What is their heart rate, temperature, blood pressure, respiratory rate, oxygen saturations, all the vitals that we're programming into into the computer program. But also the physical exam. What's the exam going to be programmed? Are there going to be crackers, rails, left side, right side? What's the heart sound like? Regular rhythm, irregular rhythm, are there any murmurs? Programming it all in, writing it all in, and some of this might not apply. Psych might not apply, endocrine might not apply, hematology, immunology might not apply, but it might. So if you don't need it, scratch it out. If you need it, you've got a blank for it. You then need to consider the staging of the simulation. If this is a 30-minute simulation, not a stimulation, 30-minute simulation, at some point, there's going to be a stage 2 or a stage 3. What I've found very challenging is when do those occur? When I started in my current position, it was recommended to me to give time points for that. After 5 minutes, go to stage 2. After 10 more minutes, go to stage 3. That is one way to consider it. The challenge then is if the students are not ready to go to the next stage. If they are still struggling with obtaining subjective information and we've moved them to the next stage. That will accelerate the students into the simulation, but if they are not ready for that, so what I've found easier is instead of saying that at 5 minutes we're moving on, saying, well, it's going to be stage 2. Because if the students are ready in 3 minutes, I don't want them sitting around for 2 minutes doing nothing. I want to be able to move directly into stage 2 and not have it as a time period. But we should keep in our minds that the time point at 15 minutes, we have to move on. So really considering that as a less rigid as time, but letting time be more of a guideline. All right, so we're doing a lot of writing at this point. We're like, okay, I'm really building this out. What does the patient start looking like? What is stage 2, stage 3? Maybe there's not a stage 2 or 3. Maybe this is a psych mental health simulation, and there really isn't a stage 2 or a stage 3. The entire simulation is just based on the conversations with the patient. We have gotten to the end, and we're now going into debriefing. And you've got to plan what that debriefing looks like. And there are lots of debriefing modalities. I hit on some yesterday. One of our colleagues talked about another debriefing model, or several other debriefing models. But this is really where the insight occurs. So we need to be sure to ensure that the debriefing is incorporated in an appropriate manner, in an appropriate environment, that our facilitators are trained in debriefing, that I really like the bottom left-hand side, we're promoting team, self, and system analysis. We shouldn't be highlighting somebody's errors. We're looking at the team. How did the team go? What were the interactions amongst the team? And even if one person didn't achieve a desired objective, we can talk about the team and take the pressure off that individual and create that psychologically safe space. We mentioned these yesterday, lots of different processes. I've pulled out a few. Those were the same ones as yesterday. I left a lot of those slides in. We talked about Socratic questioning, but never really saw any. Here's some Socratic questions that I like to use. And when do I like to use them? If I'm trying to clarify a concept, am I probing? Am I probing for somebody's rationale or reasons? And there are a lot more of examples of Socratic questions. These are some of the ones that I like to use. And you can see that the terminology is just a little vague, rather than saying in the middle, the probing, what else could we assume? Rather than, why did you pick that? Do you think you missed something? What else might we be able to assume about this patient? What do you think would have happened if we did give too much fluid? Maybe you're doing a heart failure with reduced ejection fraction simulation, a HFrEF simulation. What if you did give 4 liters of crystalloid? What do you think might have happened in this patient? And we can really use that opportunity to probe into the student, or into our learner. We talked about debriefing with good judgment yesterday. I'm not going to go over that again, but it really helps us to get back to that frame. Why did our learners make the decisions they made? It's not enough just to say that was the wrong decision. Helping them and us see what was behind that decision will help reframe them for another opportunity. Plus delta. in my simulation templates, and this should be, I think it's on yours as well, I like having a set of questions already listed in there. Because when I'm going through debriefing, I'm engaged in the debriefing, I'm listening to my students, I'm really paying attention to what they're saying and processing it. Sometimes it's just a little too much for my brain to handle. What is the next question I'm going to ask? Because when I'm doing that, I'm listening to respond rather than listening to hear and listening to understand. And we as the facilitators need to listen to understand. So I put a list of questions in my template. So even if I am really focused in on what was the experience like for their student and why did they pick the decision they did, I can just look at my template, grab another question, and keep on going. So I like having my questions in there ready to go, so that way it gives me the ability to be psychologically available to my students to help facilitate their debriefing. So these are just some of the ones that I like to use. So now that we have it all built, we do our debriefing with our students. But we still aren't done. What were our outcomes? How were we going to measure them? How do we know if the students got it right? Because they're going to ask you, did I do it right? Did my patient live? Was I successful? Well, we know that simulation is not about whether or not they did the right thing. It's about the process and how we got there. But this is a generation that everybody wants A's, everybody wants it perfect, and we've got to be able to navigate through that. So we need to be able to have some degree of performance outcomes. There's lots of levels that we can look at that. Is this going to be formative? Is it summative? Is it high stakes OSCE? So when you're thinking about your objectives, consider your subjective versus your objective. Are you wanting the students just to be self-reportive and subjectively? What was your confidence in this? Do you feel more competent in managing a patient with reduced ejection fraction that is in septic shock? Is self-reporting sufficient for you as the facilitator? Or do we need something more objective? Are we utilizing a rubric of what was their time to completion? How long did it take them to identify that this patient was in septic shock? Did they accurately follow surviving sepsis campaign and sepsis guidelines? Maybe it's a written evaluation. One of my simulations, they have to write a 7-page paper that is designed as a SOAP note. A SOAP note with references to support what they did in the simulation. So that is then their ability to say, you know what, I didn't follow evidence-based guidelines, but now I have a chance to reflect back. And we're using a rubric to guide that. For our physical exam simulations that we do for our health assessment course, students must achieve a 90% or greater in their physical exam. And we have a rubric outlining that. So what metrics are you going to use? For the simulation, this should be on the template that we gave you, just examples that I've used. For a particular sepsis simulation, does the student obtain an appropriate H&P? Do they recognize the presence of sepsis? Do they identify the potential sources? Do they recognize that this was a potential infected foot wound versus a UTI versus an unresolved community-acquired pneumonia? Did they follow evidence practice, or did they just do what they always do in their ICU? Which is a point for me to then learn to guide them and facilitate and mentor them back to evidence-based practice. So you can have these points in the simulation template. What are my expectations and my points? And utilizing your final wheel of formative, summative. Is it the process, the outcomes, or is it the impact? Whew. And at the end of all that, you have built yourself a simulation and you are ready to go. And I only went a couple of seconds over my timer. I was watching that timer. So it is a lot of work that goes into it. What I've found most helpful is having a solid template. I gave you the one that we use. You can recreate that very easily on a Word document, and having that will help guide you into all the things that you need to be able to build yourself an effective simulation and have the needed people around you. All right. We are good to go.
Thank you so much, Dr. Benjamin. He made it so easy how to create a journey of simulation from the start to the end to evaluation. And actually, the main aim of this session is to make it as a workshop, and then we come up with our strength in how we build a simulation session to the end. I will open the floor for questioning or comments. And if there is any new idea for people who are interested, really, all of you, I'm sure, in simulation on how to go through this journey from the beginning to the evaluation. Do we have another microphone? Or I can give you this microphone. Any question, any comment, or any comparison if you want to do with the process of building the simulation. Okay, yeah, and maybe, as Dr. Benjamin suggested, differences.
Yeah, hello, Dr. Benjamin. I just have two questions, if you don't mind. Both pertain to the cues part. So, how to overcome the challenge of providing cues for students, but not like giving them the entire situation, which would prevent them from learning what is supposed to be learned. And the second thing is that you think that providing such cues, depending on the way they do it, is going to affect their critical thinking skills or abilities of the students.
Great questions, thank you. Yeah, that cueing can be very challenging because we don't want to give it away. But at some point, us as the facilitators, we recognize that the students or the learners, because the learners might be our colleagues, that we're just not getting it. Sometimes that's as simple as where I've had in some of our simulations, our standardized patients will wear a little headset, so the facilitator can talk to the standardized patient. And I'll tell them, all right, I need you to start having an altered mental status. I need you to start throwing up. And we can start adding patient cues in, so that way we're not really giving it away. Sometimes I've just, as if I'm playing the nurse, we'll just ask them, you know, I mentioned that the blood glucose level was reading high, but I'm not sure I don't know what you want me to do about that. And so the student might realize, oh, I missed a critical component, but it does give them that opportunity to go back and redo it. And then in the debriefing, it's a great opportunity for me to ask those Socratic questions of, so there was a lot going on in the simulation, and when the nurse told you the glucometer read high, it took a minute for there to be a response to that. Tell me what you were thinking. Sometimes the learner didn't hear it. Sometimes they didn't know. They're like, oh, I thought I told them to resend it. I thought I told them to send a value to the lab. So a lot of it's going to be around how you frame that, because I agree, you don't want to give away the answers, but at some point we do need to really facilitate that moving forward. And if you do have to give them the answer, it's a great point in the debriefing to just call that out of, these cues didn't seem to resonate with the team. Tell us what you thought when you heard that these things were going on, or when you had an ABG with a 7.1 pH and a 90 CO2. You know, what would have been at that point in time good mechanisms to address this? And it really does give them that chance to go back, and maybe you'd redo the simulation. Now that they've had that opportunity, it's been pointed out where some of the critical flaws were, saying, hey, we're going to redo this because you're going to get multiple patients with hypercarbic respiratory failure, and we're going to redo it so that we're sure that we don't miss those key components. So there's just some different options.
Any other questions? there is no other question, I have a question to Dr. Benjamin regarding debriefing. All the literature write or define debriefing as more of expressing feeling. What do you think about when we debrief in a different language than our tongue language? We speak Arabic, our patients are Arabic, and then we learn in English and we debrief in English. So do you think expressing ourselves in a second language like English will affect the debriefing?
That's a really, really, really great question. And while I don't speak a second language highly proficient, I speak Spanish to a moderate degree. But we do know that there are significant cultural differences between how something can be expressed or felt. And whereas using the word feeling, there might be a cultural variation in terms of what feeling actually means. How did you feel when you took care of the patient? That might mean one thing to somebody from a US culture than to somebody from a Central American or Middle Eastern or European or Asian culture. So if it is possible, something that we have been encouraged, that if there is the possibility of debriefing in the primary language, that is encouraged, because that primary tongue is going to allow for a more, saying a more valuable experience might be the wrong verb, but a more authentic experience where the learners aren't having to potentially translate back and forth in their head and then lose the meaning of the debriefing. Where that becomes challenging if there's not somebody available who can speak that second or third language. But there is definitely the risk of losing some of that content to translation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great question.
Any other question? Yes. مين عنده الميكروفون؟
Thank you, Dr. Benjamin, for your nice presentation. My question regarding to evaluation. So nowadays, most of the time we are utilizing summative assessment tool. So we have a pre-test and post-test, and we thought that debriefing is a very good formative way to improve the performance of the candidate. Do you suggest any further assessment tools can use to evaluate the simulation sessions with the candidate? Thank you.
Yeah, great question. And debriefing by use of an evaluation tool can be challenging because there's a high likelihood of just evaluation bias. A lot of these evaluation tools, whether it be the M or the set or the set or the set M, we often will use at Duke, but they are clearly asking what is the student's level of competence, their confidence, and there is the potential that our learners understand and recognize that their confidence and competence should go up. So are they answering the questions based on what they think, like a Hawthorne effect, what they think we want them to answer, or is it really authentic? So while I think it is very valuable, and I do often incorporate levels of proficiency, confidence, competence, having some of those objective measures, such as how long did it take for them to perform this or perform that, are valuable. In one of the research projects or quality improvement projects, I'm working with a hospital in Tanzania, training non-anesthesia clinicians to provide ketamine procedural sedation. And part of our evaluation is, do you feel more confident or competent in providing the anesthesia? Which we're assuming is going to be yes, because they've been formally trained, but we also use other metrics such as how long did it take for them, or did they recognize adverse events, or how long did it take for them to achieve certain benchmarks, to get the room set, to be prepared for anesthesia,
or how long did it take for recovery. So we then have some of those objective measures to show and to support the self-reported measures.
I think there is a question. Any other question? Any differences, similarities between the process that explained by Dr. Benjamin and what we are practicing in our education, either in academic or hospital-based?
Thank you very much. Just stemming from that question which was asked before about the language issue, like we do the simulation and then debriefings in groups. So, and then my colleagues who do the debriefing with the students, they can speak Arabic. So they do the debriefing with the students in Arabic. Unfortunately, I can't speak Arabic, so I do the debriefing with my students in English. Sometimes I feel that the students are not getting the same experience as with the Arabic-speaking debriefer. Is there any solution you can suggest for that, or shall I just stop doing the debriefing?
I understand the struggle. I certainly understand the struggle. And if you have, let's say, multiple learners that speak a common language and you don't speak that language, is there the possibility of having an alternative facilitator? Or could you even provide a debriefing guide to the students and have them debrief each other in their native tongue? And then perhaps asking them to report back of, hey, I would love the 4 or 5 of you to utilize some of these questions, discuss among yourself, and then maybe after they've come to a consensus, they can then communicate back to you as the facilitator. And that'll provide that psychologically safe environment for them to express within their native tongue, come to some general consensus before communicating it. So that's an opportunity that you could use. But yes, the language barriers, are not barriers, but the translating between languages and the cultural differences is something that as part of our diverse learners, we do need to really be mindful of.
Any other questions, comment? Because we have time, since the workshop is done like a lecture, we do have time to discuss more regarding the simulation process. No questions. And I have another question for Dr. Benjamin regarding the facilitator role. What is the best way? Because most of the educators, they are moving from people who are interested in simulation, moving from completely or partially student-centered to totally student-centered with simulation. So what is the best way to train the educator from the role of educator to facilitator?
Oh, the issue of faculty shortage. There's not enough of us to go around. And we're engaging in this right now. We had identified one of our advanced students who already has her advanced degrees but had come back for a secondary degree, who had an interest in simulation. So we started with this individual pairing with the faculty in the control room to observe what we were doing, but we also provided the literature behind it. We provided a facilitation guide, some literature to support the evidence behind standards of best practice and debriefing. And we allowed the student to watch multiple simulations and debriefings to hear the terminology that the faculty were using, and then gave them the opportunity of, would you like to attempt a debriefing or a portion? Maybe it was just start with the plus delta. Faculty will do Socratic questioning, and you can do the plus delta. So we gradually built up that student's confidence and understanding of the debriefing process. Something that I had thought of just a moment ago is often as faculty, we have to fill multiple roles. What we really try to do is, if I am going to be in this simulation as a nurse, I try to have an additional faculty to do the facilitation and the debriefing, just so that way I can be paid attention to the nursing role and not the facilitation role. Sometimes that's not available. But if we can stick to one role in the simulation, just like we want the learners to stay in one role. If you're going to be the lead, stay the lead. If you're going to be the supportive individual, stay in the supportive individual. If you're going to be airway, stay airway. So that is going to be best practice if we can manage it. But so as Dr. Tagwa had mentioned, we need to be able to bring individuals into the facilitative role. It is best to provide them with the evidence. Don't burden them. The evidence is grand. The evidence is large. Give them some very key components, and then bring them out of the simulation into our side in the control room so they can see what we do. They can see our documents. Before the simulation, I hand them that huge template completely filled out, maybe a week ahead of time. Read through this. This is everything you're going to see. Here's my favorite 2 types of debriefing models. And then that way the student, the junior faculty or junior facilitator now has some context of what they're going to see.
Thank you. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm just wondering if there is any recognized certification or courses that are recognized worldwide for health simulation, or anything that you would recommend for nursing or allied health.
Yeah, so recognized certifications. The one that comes to mind for individuals is the CHSE, the Certified Health Simulation Expert. Did I get that right? Okay. And I think that's put out by, is that Society of Simulation Healthcare, by SSH? So the CHSE is a recognized certification, and it can be for all allied health, not just nursing. So individuals who are familiar with the standards of best practice, the facilitative role, they can take this certification exam. And I do believe it is recognized internationally. Beyond that, your simulation center can become certified. SSH has a certification process. INAXL does have a process of certifying. They use a different word. I just forgot that word all of a sudden. Of validating your, what was it? Election? Yeah.
For the center. I think you're asking about individualized.
Yeah, I think she was asking about individualized, but there are some for simulation centers as a whole. But CHSE is recognized for the individual as a simulation expert.
And actually, there is several certification. There is separate for educator, there is for technician, and educator, technician, manager, simulation manager, and researcher. So you can check that at the website of SSH. No question? If you don't have a question, thank you very much for attending. We wish that the setting allow us to work more, because we have 2 hours to work as a workshop. But if you have any question, we are around to answer your question. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Benjamin. Thank you.
معايا برزنتيشن.
بسم الله.
بسم الله. تيست. هي بسم الله. بسم الله. تيست. هي هي بسم الله. تيست. بسم الله. تيست. هي بسم الله. تست. بسم الله. هي تست. بسم الله. تست. هي بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تست. هي بسم الله. تست. كونتو بسم الله. بسم الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تست.
بسم الله. بسم الله. تست. كونتو بسم الله.
Test. Test.
بسم الله. تيست. بسم الله. تيست. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تيست. بسم الله. تيست. بسم الله. تيست. تيست. صفرة. بسم الله.
eat.
Hello, everyone. I hope you've been enjoying the conference so far. My name is Mohammed Zahir, and I would like to welcome you all to the Research for Patient Safety Incubator Competition. This competition aims to promote promising research ideas by providing support to them. I know it's been a long day, but I hope that this competition is exactly what you need to keep the energy going. Before we move on, I just want to mention that we received an overwhelmingly large number of applications for this competition. So if you've made it to the final list, congratulate yourself, and if you didn't, it was a really tough competition. So for the next hour, we're going to listen to 6 presenters who are going to pitch their research ideas to the audience and to the panel of expert judges. The judges are going to get some time to ask questions, and then they will get a chance to score each application. The criteria that the judges will use to score the applications are going to be the originality of the idea, the impact of the project on patient safety outcomes, the appropriateness of the methods used, the feasibility of the required resources, and the clarity and completeness of the proposal. The winners are going to be announced on Thursday at the closing ceremony. I would like to introduce you now to our expert panel of judges. We're going to start with Prof. Deborah Nestle, who is a professor of simulation education in the Department of Surgery, University of Melbourne, Australia. She is the editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Healthcare Simulation. She has published over 200 peer-reviewed papers and edited 4 major works. Dr. Aziza is an associate professor of neuroscience with a PhD from Sheffield University in the United Kingdom. She was the head of the Neuroscience Research Unit at the Medical School at King Abdulaziz University from 2016 to 2019. And she's currently a faculty member at the Medical Laboratory Technology Department at the Faculty of Applied Medical Sciences of King Abdulaziz University, Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Dr. Mervet is a doctor of public health and a research specialist in the General Directorate of Research Studies, Ministry of Health, Saudi Arabia. And finally, Mr. Hood Gaddour is an embryologist with a Master in Public Health and Health Systems Management from the University of Liverpool. She is the Chief Operation Officer in the Medical Researchers Company, which provides health consulting, solutions, and logistical services. We thank Mr. Hood and the rest of the panel. We thank Mr. Hood specifically for representing the sponsor of this competition, and we invite her to provide a short overview of the role in this competition.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you for having us. As Dr. Muhammad said, my name is Ahoud, and I'm representing Medical Researchers Company. We're a Saudi healthcare solution consulting and logistic company. We have been in this field for more than 15 years, providing services for the Ministry of Health and other private and public institutions. We were honored to have the chance to sponsor the Research Incubator competition. It's really in our belief that the only way forward in healthcare and health in general. Yes. Okay. Is that better? Okay. Us sponsoring this competition is bestowed in our belief that the only way forward as a nation in general, and especially in terms of the healthcare sector and health in general, is really toward using research. And by seeing bright ideas from young researchers, it is only our obligation as part of the stakeholders in this country and the health sector to help boost their ideas into tangible projects to really move as a nation, not just as a player in the healthcare sector in the world, but also as a leader in the healthcare sector in the world. So thank you for having us, and we're looking forward to hearing all your bright ideas. And congratulations to everyone who has made it to this position here. Thank you so much.
And without further ado, we welcome our first participant, Ms. Maha Al-Harbi, presenting the proposal named An Examination of the Use of Dental Simulation Activity Within the Dental Programs in Universities in Saudi Arabia.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening all. My name is Maha Al-Harbi, a dental lecturer from Prince Sultan Military College of Health Sciences. Me and my colleague, Dr. Dia Nteri, we would like to thank you for this valuable opportunity. And I will start with my proposal. I'm happy to present my proposal. As the title of an examination of the use of dental simulation activity within dental programs at university in Saudi Arabia. The background of the study, as we know, the simulation is proving to be quite effective in healthcare training. There is several methods under simulation-based learning. It permits structured situations that promote knowledge, integration, developing skills. For example, mannequins, role-playing, specialized scenarios. An instructional design framework provides guidelines for organizing relevant educational situations. So these models, it will assist instructor in visualizing the challenges during the curriculum development process. As the statement of our project, of the problem of the project, is there is, as far as I know, there is a lack of research to support or disapprove whether dental educators had an understanding of instructional design methods when integrating simulation into course curriculum. So if they were creating a simulation activity based on instructional design methodology in a specific context of dental education. Also, another point is to address the demands of student training within a competency-based methodology. So it's vital to grasp the current dentistry and dental health simulation-based teaching concepts and methods. The significance of the study, why our study is important. Simulation is an effective method in health education because it develops the skills related to student-safe educational practice, which ultimately promotes patient safety. Also, there is a need for trained educators or facilitators to conduct and employ the appropriate technique and using the appropriate effective instruments. Identifying the areas of improvements and deficiency will allow research designers to design and develop a framework that empowers dental educators in conducting simulation curricula. Also, there is our project is addressing the patient safety concern. This project will help the identification of safety concern that would not be discovered through training students in simulation activity. Because our research aim to identify the practices using dental simulation within dental programs. We want to know how the dental educators are using a dental simulation with a curriculum, if they are integrating or using instructional design or not. It also increases the student knowledge, competence, confidence, and teamwork skills by improving ability to manage dental care in real-life patient situation, which will consequently to promote patient safety and clinical outcomes. Research objectives. Our research aim to identify how university dental educators develop and conduct simulation curriculum. We want to know how the dental educators or instructors or facilitators using dental simulation activity, whether they are using based on instructional design or not. To explore how dental educators think about, integrate simulation curricula to determine preferred design methods for integrating simulation activity. Our research aims to answer these questions. How do dental educators develop a simulation curriculum in the dental program? What are the current types of simulation activities that dental educators use in dental program? What are the dental educator reasons for using a certain type of simulation? What is the instructional design methodology, if any, used during integration of simulation into the dental program curriculum? Our research methodology, it will be mixed method research, because qualitative data and quantitative data, it's articulating to give us in-depth information about the topic and answering our questions. The population and sampling. The study will use a purposive sampling technique. It will include all governmental and non-governmental dental schools in Saudi Arabia. Inclusion, dental educator using simulation in their teaching and willing to participate. Exclusion, dental educators not using simulation in their teaching and not willing to participate. As our study is qualitative, there is no sample size calculation. However, based on our literature, we expect to around 20 participants from dental schools in the 5 regions of Saudi Arabia. Research methodology. First of all, we will, as you see here in the diagram, scheme diagram, first of all, we'll recruit dental schools that are based in Saudi Arabia, in 5 regions of Saudi Arabia. We'll take permission from program directors to recruit participants from their departments. Then recruitment strategy, which will enhance the response rate. We will use 3 strategies: recruitment, flyer posted in their departments, staff email invitation circulating to dental educators that using simulation, and direct recruitment by visiting dental educator in their offices. Later, staff email invitation. Later, researcher will contact the participant who express interest in their participation. Research, distribute participant information sheet as a part of ethical approval. Participant who agrees sign consent form and complete the quantitative questionnaire. Then researcher will arrange data and time for one-to-one semi-structured interviews. Researcher conduct audio recorded one-to-one interview and then later transcribe and analyze transcripts from interviews. As I mentioned before, we will use mixed method study. So the questionnaire the questionnaire tools was obtained from the study by Twiddy and Money, 2012, and modified according to our research aim. So a qualitative questionnaire, there is consisting of 16 items, which includes close-ended questions. The first section, it will be about demographic data, and second section, questions that related to to examine the current practices of simulation in education. And the completion time will be approximately 5 minutes. Quantitative questionnaire, this is the second part of our research, semi-structured questions that includes 5 items to examine the instructional design methodology used to design simulation curriculum. One-to-one interview, approximately 30 minutes. Data analysis, the collected data will be analyzed and a report with the descriptive statistics, including frequency, percentage, SBS. SPSS software will be used for the analysis. In vivo, 10 software will be used for qualitative data management, and all interviews will be audio recorded and transcribed verbatim. Coding and data analysis will be carried out by the interviewer and will be verified by a second rater. Here, a summary of our budget to doing this research. And this is the timeline Gantt chart of our study. References. Thank you for giving us this value opportunity to present our proposal.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maha. We will give the judges a moment if they have any questions to ask.
Thank you so much for your presentation. A really interesting piece of work, and I love that you're doing mixed methods, and it sounds like a true mixed method study with the quant informing the qualitative data. Fabulous. I'm sorry if I missed it, but I'm just curious as to how many dental schools are there in Saudi?
How many dental schools?
Yes.
We are not sure that the exact number, but based on the 5 regions, maybe 10 universities that running dental programs.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
So
I
much.
just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It was great work. I just had a couple of questions. First of all, when you mentioned the 5 regions, what do you mean by 5 regions? Is it selected regions that you have selected from the 13 departments of the country?
Excuse me, could you raise your sound, please? Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
When you mention 5 regions in your sampling, what do you mean by 5 regions? What are the reasons why you selected 5 out of the 13 regions of Saudi?
5 regions in Saudi Arabia, that is Eastern, Western, North, and Central, and South regions of Saudi Arabia. So this is the 5 regions. Each regions have maybe 2 to 3 universities.
All right. My last question is, when you mentioned your sample size was 20 participants, what was that number based on?
It's estimating, just estimating. That's as we discover the dental programs that are running in dental schools, we estimate there is 20 participants from dental schools.
Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you.
We thank our panel of judges, and we thank Ms. Maha for her participation.
Okay, thank you so much for this valuable opportunity.
Thank you. So next we'd like to welcome Ms. Khulud al-Marshid, who is going to present about the impact of automatic sensory airbags attached to the elderly patient's bedside rails in minimizing the risk of falls.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good evening, everyone. My name is Khulud al-Marshid. I'm a nursing student at King Saud University. It's such an honor to be here today to present to you our simulation project and to represent my group, Mnira Shnafi and Wujdan bin Amir. Before we get started, let me explain our topic and elaborate it. The automatic sensory airbag attached to elderly patient bedside rails is our suggestion in minimizing the risk falls of patients, because we predicted that when we attach a sensory airbag to the bedside rails, this will prevent accidental falls of patients. Based on World Health Organization, adults older than 60 years old have the greatest number of falls, and 37.3 million falls are severe enough to require special medical attention. We specifically focused on one of the most issues in patient safety, regarding patient safety, which is risk of falling, especially in elderly, because elderly are much more vulnerable to falling. Our expected impact Our expected impact of this project is to reduce the number of falling in elderly patients by using the attached automatic sensory airbag. Now let's move on to our project methodology. The development and evaluation activities begins with a system analysis. Important elements of the system and relationships among them are identified. Data used in this system may be obtained from previous history of injuries, hospital records, and questionnaires. Our implementation plan begins with establishing airbag simulation in both side rails of patients with a fall sensor that will be prepared to open directly and respond to indication of fall pressure. And then perform a scenario that simulates a comparison between two bedside rails, one of them with a fall sensor and the other one is without. After testing the airbag precaution to make sure it's working effectively, the last step is to introduce it to healthcare settings. When we reach to a reduced number of falling incidents by 27%, this will be an acceptable performance to the project. After evaluating the cost and the equipment of all the procedures, we reached the amount of 18,000, including the cost of the airbag, the sensory, and all the simulation procedure. In conclusion, our patient safety is our priority as a healthcare professionals, and it's important to take all the necessary methods. Thank you all for this opportunity, and we would like to thank you all for your listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Khulud. I'd like to direct the conversation to our expert judge panel, if they have any questions for Ms. Khulud.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Ms. Khulud. It's a really nice idea. I would like to ask about the fall sensors.
Yeah.
Can you give me an example how you are going to include these fall sensors?
You know the sensory that it's like in the car, but we will attach it to the bedside rail that will sense the pressure of the patient's weight when he moves, so it will predict a falling. So when a falling pressure indication that the patient will fall, it will open there. The airbag will open.
Okay, regarding the percentage, you said you are aiming to reduce the fall by 27%. According to what you have chosen this specific number or percentage, 27?
Because 27%, according to the number of falling, is a great percentage to reduce it. So I think it would be a nice result to this simulation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Khulud, for this nice project. But I want to ask you, maybe, do we have a certain number of elderly falls every year? A certain statistical number, or?
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Do we know a number of falls of the elderly people, yearly number?
Do we know what?
You said that you need to reduce the number of accidents by 27%.
Yeah, it's a prediction. Just a prediction.
No, I know this is your prediction, but what's the actual number of falls every year of the elderly people, or these accidents? Do you have a number?
So if I may just rephrase the question. When you were doing your literature review for this project and you decided that there is a high risk of falls that needed to be addressed, what is the prevalence of falls within the average admitted population in the hospital? So either in Saudi Arabia or globally?
Yeah, it's King Saudi Arabia, especially on King Khalid Hospital. We will focus on King Khalid Hospital. So.
Yeah, but do you have statistics, for example, in your hospital that describe the number or the percentage of falls every year?
No, we don't have it.
Okay, thank you.
So, thank you very much, Ms. Khulud. So our next participant is going to be Mr. Nawaf Khalid, who is going to present to us his project about pre-hospital patient care.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, everybody. My name is Nawaf Al-Hazaim, emergency medicine specialist. My background is Bachelor of Emergency Medicine. I'm working now at King Fahd Medical City in Simulation Center under Crescent Administration. Specifically, I'm working in Simulation Technology Department, position Medical Simulation Specialist. I would just say I'm so pleased and it's my honor to present my simulation research to front all of you. Okay, I will start now. I will present today pre-hospital patient care. Before go to the details, I would like to notify that we use this project of simulation as a teaching modality for EMS education. Now we will talk about project overview. Pre-hospital patient care is focused in critical care environment from the scene of the injury or onset of acute illness until definitive hospital treatment is attained. To an increased focus on patient safety, the need for standardized on-demand educational competency to ensure the ability to practice and skills in a controlled environment, and to be sure the patient on safety transfer. Just let's move and talk more details about project description. The target group are emergency medical services staff who are currently working in Riyadh emergency hospitals and Saudi Red Crescent. So the gap analysis resulted to focus on the following topics. To managing patients with cardiac arrhythmias and managing patients with respiratory distress. Also to managing patients with different cardiac disease. Also to secure the airway management. Also to disaster management. And the last is pediatric care in pre-hospital phase. Now we will talk about expected impact. Safe transfer of many critical cases through paramedics services without physician, RT, or nurses, where they can deal with any complicated case during the transfer process. Now, related to the expected impact, we're gonna talk what they will gain the paramedic when they take the project. By the end of the project, the emergency medical services staff will be able to interpretation 12 leads, ECG, deal with pre-hospital arrhythmias such as bradycardia, first and second and third degree heart block, stable and unstable tachycardia, STEMI, also pre-hospital cardiac arrest. Also to assess and evaluate patients with respiratory and cardiopulmonary distress such as pneumonia, bronchial asthma, anaphylaxis, upper airway infection, surgical airway, tension, pneumothorax, also difficult in pre-hospital settings. To recognize and managing ECMO machine troubleshooting during transfer, to recognize and managing cardiac arrest on ECMO machine, to recognize and managing transport patient on ECMO, to assess and evaluate patient with medical disease, such as seizures, trauma, agitation, myocardial infarction, multi-bones fractures, normal and complicated delivery, stroke, abdominal pain and GI bleeding in pre-hospital settings. All this management, the paramedics will be provided in the pre-hospital phase. Now we will talk about evaluation plan. Participant will receive constructive feedback through number one, direct observation of procedural skills. Number two, daily feedback and evaluation will be submitted both by the trainee preceptors and the clinical instructor after every module. Number three, facilitator observations. Number four, the paramedics will be do the OSCE exam and also program evaluation questionnaire. Now we will talk about the implementation plan. We're gonna create a suitable environment for paramedics, such as ambulance simulator, to assist paramedics in providing the best emergency services to the patient and save life in pre-hospital care, to verify and reach the required results and create a dynamic and effective framework for inclusion of simulation in EMS education. Continuous professional development activities for educators and trainees, higher education in EMS department and career pathways for certified and specialized individuals. Now we will talk about the methods of teaching. We will be using different educational methods, including lectures, group discussions, also task trainers and advanced simulation scenarios to enhance the participants' assimilation and engage in the education process. The metrics will be on this project. Paramedic must pass all clinical competences and OSCE exam according to KFMC policies and procedures. Now we will talk about the sustainability plan. To secure this project, we have to provide the faculty development and simulation-based education, TOT, train of trainers, and EMS critical care program. Also create suitable environment for paramedics to verify and reach the required results. Create a dynamic and effective framework for inclusion of simulation in EMS education, undergraduate and postgraduate programs. Now this is the ambulance simulator that what we was talk about. This is the suitable environment for the paramedics. They should be in the institutional, and this is our idea that we want to conduct in our institutional. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nawaf. If the judging panel has any questions?
Thank you for the presentation. It's a well thought out project, but I have a question, and sorry if I missed it. How will you measure the impact of this training project? How will you measure the impact of this training project or program?
Okay, the impact, no need to transfer the patient with the full medical team. Most of hospitals, they use physician and nurse and respiratory therapist specialists to go inside the ambulance with the patient, with the paramedics, to transfer the patient. Now this program or this project will provide the paramedic to go alone without the medical team, and the paramedic will take the full responsibility of critical cases in pre-hospital phase.
Yes, that was clear in the presentation. My question is, how will you say if this was a successful program or it was not a successful program? When you measure the impact, how will you measure the impact? The conclusion of it is, like you said, to minimize the number of staff that need to go in, which will have to increase the number of patients safely moved to the hospital. But how year on year will you measure the efficiency of this program and its impact on the work?
Yes, we will now certify the critical care program for the paramedics. That will help us to get the numbers of paramedics. That will help us to collecting the analysis.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. That sounds like a lot of development work to be done. I'm really interested in how the program that you're developing aligns with the training that already exists for the target population. Just a brief answer is helpful. It's just for clarity for me. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you.
So already the pre-hospital staff have training, and you're developing a new program, and I'd like to understand the connection between the new program that you're proposing to develop and offer and that which already exists.
Sorry, can you repeat your question, please?
It's okay, it's okay. Thank you.
نواف عادي أقول لك السؤال بالعربي. إيش فرق التريننج اللي هم ياخذونه في الكلية في الباتشلرز حق الEMS عن التريننج اللي أنت قاعد تقدمه؟
Okay. The differentiation is the Bachelor of EMS just will promoted the specialist to working in the hospital with a limited of job description. But the critical care program will be help the paramedic to do advanced management out of hospital.
Okay, Nawaf, thank you. It's a really great job. I like your ideas. But you've mentioned in your proposal that this project does not need any cost. Are you sure? You don't need any fund to create all this big job and work?
Absolutely. There is cost for this program.
Can you roughly tell me the number, around how many?
You want the range number for this cost? Maybe 100,000 riyal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nawaf. So our next presenter is Mr. Salih Al-Jaid, who will present about the efficacy of simulation practice in improving clinical skills of new nurses in the emergency department to reduce medical errors.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Salih Al-Jaid. I'm working in King Faisal Medical Complex in Taif as an ICU nurse. I am working as a clinical instructor in ICU. My project today is about the efficiency of simulation practice to improve the clinical skills of new nurses in emergency department to reduce the medical errors. Because the background, because we have a big hospital, we are the bed capacity of our hospital is 80. Okay. Our hospital is 800 beds, so that we have 40 beds in emergency, so that emergency is very busy. We are under stress, and our staff is, especially the newly staff, they will be under stress, and they are not so skillful. So that we have a simulation lab there. We want to benefit from this simulation lab to improve the skills of our nurses. So that we have reviewed the literature. We found in the literature that simulation is essential for teaching medical nurses in the field. Simulation-based medical and nurses education equip students with professional clinical skills due to the deliberate practice as opposite to the ordinary learning. So that we reviewed the literature. We found that using simulation will improve the skills, but still there is some gaps in the literatures. So that literature did not mention the skills of the nurses in emergency, especially in the emergency. So we propose to do our project, our research for the emergency nurses, especially for the emergency nurses. The state of research problems, we found that many nurses, nurses, especially newly graduated nurses, they are not so skillful, so that we found some mistakes, some medical errors. We observe some errors, so that we have an issue. It will affect the patient safety. So that we decide to use a research to solve this problem, to reduce the errors and to improve the safety of the patient and to safety of the nursing care also. The aim of the study, the main objective of the research is to explore the efficiency of simulation practice and improving the clinical skills of new nurses in emergency to reduce medical errors in King Faisal Medical Complex and Taif. Our objectives also to establish if the using intubation heads and cardiopulmonary resuscitation mannequin enhance the basic life support skills among the new nurses in ED. Also to determine if the computer-based simulation patients improve the medication administration skills of the new nurses in the emergency department. Also to establish if immersive virtual reality with the high fidelity to enhance the patient diagnosis skills of new nurses in emergency department. So we estimated that we have to answer these questions. We have two questions. Our research question is how best do we explore the efficiency of simulation practice in improving the clinical skills of new nurses in the emergency departments to reduce the medication errors, medical errors, and how effective is the simulation practice for new nurses in reducing the medical errors in emergency. So the methodology, we will use the mixed methods study. It will be quantitative and qualitative study for the pre-simulation, we will assess their skills, pre-simulation and post the simulation. Direct observation method will be completed at the baselines of the clinical skills to new nurses, intubation and cardiopulmonary resuscitation, and quantitative phase of the study will entail the conducting to determine the lived experience of both the nurses and the manager or the observer, their supervisor also. Will take the feedback from the nurses themselves and other manager also. And so that we will have a pre-assessment and post-simulation training assessment. We'll use quantitative, we'll use a skills checklist for quantitative study, and we'll use another interview to interview the qualitative to see the lived experience of the new staff. The inclusion criteria is for the newly graduated staff less than a year in emergency department. It's approximately 20 or 25 nurses, because yearly we recruit around this number, 20 or 25 nurses. So the sample, it will be around 25 nurses. The ethical consideration. Before we will conduct our study, we have our ethicals committee in our hospital, so that we will ask their approval, so that we'll preserve the right of the nurses, so that and confidentiality, consent. We'll ask for a consent also before conducting the study. So it will be ethically approved. And the time frame, we started already in November. We started our proposal. In December, we'll start collecting the data. Also, in January, between January and April, we'll analyze our data. And in May, we'll report writing, presentation, and disseminations. And we'll see the result, and we'll share the result with our hospital staff. And I think it will have a good impact on the patient safety, because simulation, it will reduce the risk factors, and it will reduce the medical errors. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Saleh. Very nice work. Since you have started already your project, how you are going to measure the stimulation to improve the medication administration skills in this stimulation lab?
How we are going to measure?
Yeah. You've mentioned that one of your objectives is to improve the medication administration skills. How you are going to measure this through stimulation?
We'll have a checklist, pre-simulation training, simulation-based training. We'll use the checklist for the administration of drugs, and you will see their performance. Also, we'll collect data about any medication error. And post-education, we'll reassess them to see if they are skillful, if they master these skills, if the number of the medication error reduced or not.
Okay, regarding the criteria, the inclusion criteria, are you going to include only the fresh graduate nurses?
Yes, only newly graduated staff nurses.
Bachelor degree or diploma?
No, bachelor degree. Because nowadays, for recruitment, the Ministry of Health, they will recruit with bachelor degree.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for outlining your study and for the written proposal as well. I think it's a really interesting study, and I would like to invite you just to comment on what do you think the impact of being observed at work will have on the nurses being observed?
Sorry, what is the impact of what?
Of the observation of being observed will have on the work that the nurses are doing?
Yeah, it will be not direct observation, so it will not affect their performance. It is indirect performance, so that they will not observe you are observing them. It will be indirect, so that we can assist them not to increase the stress among the nurses.
Okay, thank you. And it's a related question.
Yeah.
So the pre and the post judgments that are being made, my understanding is they're being made in a naturalistic setting rather than in simulation. Is that right, or have I misunderstood?
No, the pre, it will be before using the simulation. We'll see their performance during the day work.
Okay, so in a naturalistic
And the
setting.
nature,
Thank
and the
you.
nature, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Our next speaker is Mr. Naif Abdurrahman, who will talk to us about in-house 3D printing for a more sustainable simulation service.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Naif Abdurrahman Al-Saib. I'm a graduate of bachelor's degrees in respiratory therapy and master's in health and hospital administration. So what we're trying to talk about today is a different approach towards clinical simulation, an approach that focuses on access rather than ownership, to have a technology that allows you variation in access is definitely much better than just to have ownership of something. And as well, we'll be talking about the concept of consumerism versus sustainability, which is a huge topic that is being run among all of the world these days. So some of the definitions you'll be hearing: 3D printing, 3DP on demand, fidelity in simulation. I'm sure everybody's familiar with that. A new term, or supposedly a new term, because fidelity is expanding in itself as a concept. We have conceptual, environmental, interpersonal, and functional as well. So our agenda is the applications in medical field. We'll talk a bit about medical education and licensure examination. We'll talk about the challenges that simulation faces, actually, cost, versatility of the procedures, adoption of the technology, and the golden standards towards what we're talking about today. Our primary goals: sustainability and access from closer points, specialized tailored training. This needs a lot of focus, I believe. And we'll try to highlight some of the points there today. So efficient operational and procurement standards. Research is an area for growth. A new term called 4DP, which is an even further look into the insides of material, how they behave in contact with the human hand, which relates to haptic feedback, stress of breakage, of fracture, and different stress imitation studies. Structure of the process itself and structure of this method we're talking about today. So to use it in the medical field, it first started taking traction or getting traction in pre-surgical treatment for operative planning and surgical guides. Proven in literature that it saves patients by reducing amount of blood lost. Less bone has to be cut, so better structural integrity. Less hospital stay, so better recovery times. And all of this leads to better clinical performance and healthcare systems. So patient education, this is the focus that of our presentation today. Improving the educational process in itself, customized surgical tools, of course. There's no one size fits all. Everything is custom made based on laser scanning and adoption of technologies. Bioprinting, which is very important now for stem cell research, organ transplants, personalized drug disposition aided by 3D printing via 4D printing. So in this slide in specific, what I want you to look at is really the diversity and the difference in application. And for one thing to be in common, which is 3D printing, is really something amazing. So in the first image provided by ETH Zurich is a heart valve. This heart valve was done by 3D printing silicone rubber and also integrating that with mold making technology, which has been here for thousands of years. And the new 3D printing technology has only been here for 40 or 60 years. In the second picture, you see a transplant. Look at this transplant. Look at how metal is curved To me, this is something very beautiful. And to someone in the medical field, for something to look, you know, that fits that good, there's gotta be a great methodology behind it. This is a transplanted ear with no risk of rejection of an organ, which is the first and major cause of failures in transplants. A movable 3D printed leg with cavities and spaces that makes it light and strong at the same time. So when we look at medical education, it's all about pillars. Starts with knowledge, goes up to application of the knowledge, skill and competency, and all of that leads to clinical performance. All of this in our country is made based on the Saudi MADs, which is the competence framework we'll take a look at afterwards. The question is, who were the first comers to simulation-based education? Where I worked, at least from my humble experience, it was pediatrics. And luckily enough, we had a lot of pediatric mannequins, basically. So how are we conducting our licensure, OSCE, and how much of it is actually focused on the importance of clinical performance in specific? So this is a research about, or this is about the perspective of key stakeholders in alignment and integration of Saudi MAZ's framework done by great leaders in the medical educational field. And they concluded that it clearly said that there was an alignment issue between what the students are learning in class, what they're doing clinically or in their examination, and what they're assessed based upon when they go to real practice. On the 6 major domains: practice, patient care, community orientation, communication, collaboration, professionalism, and all of these aspects. So how many of these 17 competencies are we ensuring into clinical practical competency testing? This is another area for improvement. And how effectively and at what cost? So the vision is transitioning from ownership to access and from consumerism to sustainability in the medical examination field, elevating the standards and towards a tailored medical licensure examination guidelines serving diversity. You cannot, basically what this line is saying is that you cannot bring a regular mannequin and expect for it to perform for every different discipline, regardless of in what medical year of training they are, 3, 4, 5. They cannot do surgery on it and they cannot auscultate on the same mannequin. When that exists, probably I'll delete this presentation. But until then, we have area for improvement. So the goal is to enable surgical, procedural, OSCE, OSPI licensure competency testing at the highest efficiency and effectiveness. And to be the first to design a tailored, objective, structural performance examination made to fit, actually, with focus on validity and functional validity, touch, haptic feedback, muscle memory. So to ensure the construction of a valid, compatible, and improved Saudi MAD framework means alignment of what's in the curriculum, block objective for each and every different discipline in connection to what, when they go to Saudi health specialty, they're being tested for, whether it's in assessing knowledge or assessing clinical skills. So also to explore a new area for research in the advancements of 3D printing in the medical education competency in testing and clinical performance. So let's take them for an example. They're the regulatory body of all medical disciplines and domains, serving a total of 170 exams of medical discipline. I got that information from the website, by the way, so if anyone here would like to correct me from their side. So because the vision is a healthy society efficiently, and the message is to protect and promote health with an efficient leadership with innovation as a core value. So this brings us to the issue of scarcity in available training models. Again, not one mannequin can serve that much, in my opinion at least. So aligning many specialities or alienating many specialities from envisioning integrating clinical competencies in their curricula. This is something I faced personally, trying to integrate simulation-based education where I worked. Started 6 years ago. By that time, the place had very low rate of utilization. And that was due to the technology or the methodology is sort of new, and we had to do training of trainers. We started from the bottom, lab custodians, skill specialists, all the way up to doctors and assistant teaching staff. And so after that, who were really adopting the technology and starting and doing the work were the people who actually had fancy toys, basically, in the center, and were able to be fascinated when they look at the mannequin. That means that no radiology in clinical simulation, no orthopedics, or at least very minimal to low involvement, and no so many different specialties and all other different subspecialties. Procurement and purchase is very intensive. You talk about clinical simulation, put your hands deep in your pocket, very deep. Because if you really want to do a comprehensive center that assesses or serves everybody, you have to pay a lot. Limitation and availability comparing to the return on investment. Timeline cruciality serving total different exams, elevated standards of medical examiners, and adoption of technology, of course. These are some of the challenges we're trying to tackle. So to introduce it to the medical education licensure, creating sustainable framework, adoption of a higher fidelity state-of-art technology, reflecting better outcomes to the clinical outcomes. This is a very interesting paper. Spoke about fidelity being a multidimensional aspect. Among that was the functional fidelity. And they argued that the higher, faster, further attitude about some of today's learners and educators can lead to using the highest level of fidelity in all instances, which leads to misuse of resources and skewed cost-benefit ratio. In the next line, low fidelity simulation builds knowledge, mid fidelity builds competence, high fidelity builds performance. So I believe this is a contradiction we're trying to put a solution for in here, and this was from the same paper. So the advantages gained, we get versatility, higher fidelity, access, cost saving, easier logistics, gateway towards fourth industrial revolution. This is a chart from one of the resources we've used, one of our references. There's like maybe 10 different specialties doing 3D printed integrated medical devices for medical training. Big percentage goes to surgical guides, model for surgery planning, custom implant, model implant shaping, mold prosthetics, model for patient selection. We've got cranial surgery, dental, cardiovascular, orthopedic, pediatrics, everybody's there. Maxillofacial, very active in this field. So another research, higher fidelity training programs, empowering realism and increasing level of engagement, proven to improve clinical outcomes. So high fidelity is the go-to, basically. Low fidelity simulation builds knowledge, mid builds competence, high builds performance. Great benefits we can get from there.
Mr. Naif,
yes,
we're really enjoying your presentation, but your time is up. If you want to wrap up in
yes, definitely,
a minute.
I apologize.
Shukran.
Got carried away with excitement. So it's important and it's believable and valid to the point that the FDA actually has standards and regulations for it. A very good paper said you have three options: whether you outsource it, you build a place for it inside, or you can do it, yourself. Okay, and in the two domains that you can assess this on is the complexity and how much you establish yourself as a prominent center. So it's just a small example, a fraction or the tip of the iceberg, basically. This ocular model costed only $130 to become a clinical educational tool. When you talk about resources, they're really nothing comparing to the return of investment. You need innovation space, mid-leveling 3D printing system, digital designer, channel of communication to put all the expertise together. The actual how. We obtain 3D image, we reverse engineer it, mold make it, prep it, 3D print it, cast it in silicone or whatever appropriate material. We test validity and pilots. And that includes face validity, construct validity, predictive validity, and efficiency in training the device. This is our take on it. We had built this model that cost us $40 for a skull, a brain, structure of the circle of Willis for the brain, and a membrane on the brain. This is the take. We combine 3D printing with mold making, and we try to make it a bit more cost effective. The skin pad that we made as well is, of course, we used silicone to give us high sense of reality. This is empowered by cloth mesh, which gives better haptic feedback. When you're cutting silicone, it's like cutting through butter. But when you add a mesh or a cloth, try to enforce it a little bit, you get a lot of haptic feedback in return. So the area of focus in here is relevance to the surgical practical procedure, efficiency, cost effectiveness, improving our clinical licensure and competency testing. To put the take-home message in 3 words, simulation-based education curriculum can be much improved with help offered by technology. Accessibility will deliver equitable learning experience for all. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Naif.
I apologize, I did not put the structure of the research article paper itself, but we focused on 3 points: efficacy and efficiency of the model, and that means its performance under normal conditions, and the students' feedback on realism.
Any questions from the panel? You were so informative that they don't have any questions.
Well, I'm glad. Hope you invest in 3D printing technology.
Thank you very
Dr.
much.
Mohammed Zahar, Dr. Aziza has a question.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Ya Naif, for your presentation. It is really a huge project, and it got several aims and objectives. You've mentioned, I'm going back to your proposal. Actually, when I read your proposal, really I was lost in the beginning. So I read it 2 times, 3 times until I get something from it, because it's really was a big proposal. So you've mentioned that you are going to use your 3D or 4D models in your research, especially in the pharma research, and you are going to test the medication of in vivo conditions. How you are going to do that?
Okay, so 3D printing technology is diverse in the material you can input and get an output for. So basically we're building layers, and these layers can consist of anything. It could be chocolate, and it could be stem cells. So how do we do the in vivo testing is we use bioprinting, and we print actual stem cells, مستزرعة, and they get dispositioned between gel layers, self-dissolving gel layers. And after the gel dissolves, you get the actual tissue of the actual organ that you obtained the stem cells from. After that, you can use the medication of interest to test its effect. This is one way. There's another way where they use specialized printed capsule gels to be ingested and digested over a specific period of time that allows a certain level of disposition of the drug into the system. This is how it's called mini dosing, I think, or micro dosing, basically. So in these 2 ways, it can serve pharmacology.
Yeah, thank you.
That I know of.
Okay, it's clear now, because I've just started working on that, but not really deep. Where are you doing all this work? Where are you located? In which hospital or which center?
I was never alone. دائما كان معي ربي. شيء ثاني, I've always had very inspiring people around me. Personally, I've had an interest in 3D printing since maybe 2014 or 2013. But in clinical simulation, I started to develop the interest when touching the simulators and mannequin. I want to know what they consist of, how to get there. I ended up combining the technologies together. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Naif. So our final speaker is Ms. Ghada Benjelli. She will present about the effect of applying virtual reality to the training of first responder skills on the learner's performance outcomes compared to traditional training.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يعطيكم العافية جميعاً. Thank you so much for taking time to attend the final presentation. I hope that it will be fun to you as it was fun to me to prepare. I would like to thank the scientific committee for allowing me to present my research proposal. I am Ghada Benjelli. I am simulation educator at the Simulation and Skill Development Center at Princess Noor University. I have a master in medical education and clinical nutrition and a certified simulation educator. So the topic will be studying the effect of applying virtual reality to train first responder course compared to traditional courses. We will start with the introduction, moving to the research aim and questions and the methods and the impact of the project. So a brief about virtual reality. Virtual reality, as I think some of my colleagues introduced, is a high-end user interface that involves real-time simulation. Basically, we're trying to put the user through multiple sensory experience to allow them to mimic what they are going to do in real life when they are exposed to similar scenarios. And the teaching and using virtual reality was thought to be decades in the making, but recently we had very good advances in the technology that allowed us to apply virtual simulation in healthcare education. However, there are very limited research studies that tackles some of the core topics that interest the public domain. One of the very interesting topics that I was introduced to in one of the projects I worked with Red Crescent were the first responder. The term itself, when I was introduced to it by the course director, that this is the person will be an EMS, basically, the first one who respond to the incident site. But what they were talking about is a member of the public who doesn't have a healthcare background, as one was trained on some of the skills that they can use to be the first responder and to stabilize or help the victim until professional help arrives. Because the delay in giving the help to the victims might give the chance of revival. It will be reduced by 10% by the minute if we are, for example, didn't offer CPR or operated AED. So for the training for this skill is much needed because, let's be very frank, when we are at a car site, the first people will be the public, the people who are around the car. Or if we are, for example, in a restaurant and someone is choking, and if, let's say, there were no healthcare providers or nobody is trained on how to, for example, perform the Heimlich maneuver, they will not be able to help the victim. So the first responder basically is a program that helps the trainers train the general public from different backgrounds, whether they are, let's say, minor, 15 and above, and whether they have a language barrier, English, they don't know English, we will offer it in Arabic. That's what the simulation-based training course for non-healthcare provider, which is a first responder course. This is the idea of this course. So far, we have it now in VR-based, which is virtual reality-based, and mannequin-based training. Mannequin-based training is the traditional way. We usually offer it as BLS courses. We train them with a certified BLS instructor, and they go through the training. They're being assessed, given certificates based on their assessment results. The VR simulation follows a similar course. So the curiosity from my side was which course, which form or model or approach of training is better? Because each one has some advantages and disadvantages. So my research question was, what is the effect of applying VR modality to training first responder skills compared to traditional teaching? Traditional teaching, I mean by that, is the mannequin-based training. And the aim is to investigate that effect. The effect, we meaning that the outcome, whether it's psychomotor, whether it's knowledge or attitude. We expect that after completing the VR model, all participants will be able to perform the skills similarly to how the trainees who took the traditional model. So the research methods for this course, it will be targeting healthcare providers, students, age 18 and above, and this was a trick. We tried to include this age group and also different background. We included only literate learners. So our cause, because the VR offers some written materials, and anyone who's going to use it needs to be able to read, but we didn't specify a background for that group. So basically, we are trying to include everyone who's available and over the age of 18 who can read. We will, of course, exclude people who have mobility difficulties because the VR simulator required sitting on the floor, similarly to the mannequin-based program. The study design will be experimental design, where the experimental group will be the VR and control group will be the mannequin. The sample size was calculated to include 128 participants, divided equally between the experimental group and control. We calculated to have a power of 80% and detect a difference of mean of 0.5. We expect the study to last for 1 year, hopefully to achieve that sample size. The research protocol, we will divide the participants randomly between the VR group and the mannequin-based group. They will go through the similar phases, which is training, assessment, and post-activity survey. For the control group, they will be exposed to mannequin-based scenarios. They will be trained by an instructor, expert instructor. Then they will move to the assessment after they are deemed ready by their instructor. They will have knowledge assessment using MCQ and psychomotor skills using OSCEs. After that, they will take a post-activity survey to see the simulation design of the course. Since it's newly developed, we're trying to see the effect of it and their feedback. For the VR group, we are trying to moving on from the training to be simulation-based. We are looking for including a lot of environments in the VR to give more of a change of pace, let's say. Then they will similarly move to the assessment. There will be knowledge, psychomotor using the VR, and then for the post-activity survey, we are giving them additional questionnaire, which is virtual experience tool. This tool is a validated tool that helps us to see if all sensories that we are trying to expose the subject to have been achieved, have been stimulated by the VR. So the metrics we are going to use to ensure that every performance outcome we are looking for in the study is measured. For the mannequins, we are going to use MCQs for the knowledge. The OSCEs will assess the psychomotor skills. It will be administered by trained assessors who have the clinical background and the educational background to enable them to fill the achievement checklist. And for the VR group, similarly, they will take the same MCQs given to them. The program itself offers an option to show the MCQs after they complete the training. Of course, this is all self-paced, and the VR it's self-paced. They can repeat the steps again and again until they feel they're ready. Then the program will take them after they pass the MCQs to the practical assessment. The practical assessment use haptic sensors, so it can test the completeness of the competencies. And it flags some specific items that the experts who develop the VR models think that's the most important to complete that skill. Of course, for the analysis, we use SPSS to compare between the groups. We will use t-test if it's parametric, non-parametric. We will use other measures of analysis. In our study, the independent variable will be the training modality. The dependent variable will be the performance outcomes and competency scores. We expect, if this project shows positive results and improvement, I think the VR is maybe a more self-directed learning modality that will help institutions omit or limit the logistics required to organize first responder courses. It's courses needed by the public, and I think it's very admirable if, whether it's mannequin-based or VR-based, whatever the study supports, that it shows the importance of this outcome, of this course, sorry. I would like to acknowledge a colleague of mine, Dr. Saud Turkey. He graciously allowed me to demo this VR, the first responder VR, and he gave me like an inspiration on really what's the difference. I am more used to the mannequin-based, it's better, it's worse. So this is why the research project ID came. Those are the references I used. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I just wanted to ask, in your target group, you included people with healthcare background. Is there a reason for that? And is there a reason why you included people with healthcare background in your target group?
So, because let's say we are in a comfortable environment in the simulation center that we are, our main customers are healthcare providers, and to ensure the study is successful, we're trying to include multiple, let's say, subject groups to at least, if we are not able to recruit people from the general public, we will at least include the criteria of healthcare providers, because we are looking at basically the logistic of the study.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ada. Very nice presentation. Do you think this will be applicable for the age below 18 years old? Do you think this will be applicable for the age below 18 years old?
To be honest, yes, it was tested. Actually, the VR modality was tested on children under the age of 18, and also the mannequin-based was used in our center to train maybe 12 to 13 years old. As I answered our colleague, it's basically the logistic of the study, including children and including age groups. Minors basically requires some type of approvals, and we're trying to meet the 1 year deadline of, the time frame of this project. So if I, example, include children, the logistic required for this will increase.
What about in terms of cost? Do you think how much it will cost you to develop this? The cost.
Develop what, Doctor?
The VR, I mean the program itself and
the VR is already developed.
It's already developed.
We're just testing it and seeing
great.
what can we do with it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Do you think we can modify this program to be applied for the public for the first aid? Maybe there's an accident in the road. Do you think we can modify this program to be applied for the public? Not only for healthcare providers?
You mean we want to apply it to the public?
Yes.
Yes, this is the general, let's say, the purpose of this course, not the research proposal. The course developers, they were targeting the general public. Basically, they want to administer it to the public or anyone who's, let's say, involved in, for example, let's say security guards or anyone who's involved in the security-wise things, and basically personnel who need this type of training. So the course aim was just that, the people who developed both courses. That's why my idea was to see which one is more effective and logistically which one is more extensive, which one easier to implement to the public.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll be really quick. A driver, I understood that one of the drivers for your research was looking at cost and delivery, the cost of delivery of programs as well. And I wondered, I don't want to complicate your study, but I wonder if you included some measures of the cost of the delivery, because I think that's a really powerful outcome measure to be considering. I'll leave that sit with you. You don't need to respond to it, but really exciting work, so congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ghada. I hope you are as impressed with the proposals and the ideas that were discussed today as I am. I think this was wonderful work by a group of young researchers who are excited from their different backgrounds. I think it was a great opportunity for us to see what's happening in the field of medical simulation from the next generation of researchers. I would like to thank the participants for their efforts and their presentations. I'd like to thank the judging committee for their efforts and their beautiful, inspiring questions. I'd like to ask the organizing committee for making it happen. And finally, I'd like to thank all of you for staying this long. It shows how much you're dedicated to the research. And we hope that you're going to attend the closing ceremony on Thursday, where we're going to announce the winners of the competition. And we'll see you again. Thank you very much.